Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Adam.
Hey, good morning, Mark.
For all the attendees coming in right now, we're just going to wait another minute or two to let everyone filter in, and then we will get started.
Just want to
Adam?
confirm the amount of time that you have slated for me this morning.
We have about, let's see, an hour for you, and then we can have a Q&A at the end.
Okay, is that included in the hour?
No.
Okay. All right, I'll try to keep it lively.
I'm doing it now.
Adam, are you getting presentationed out?
You know, I'm persevering. But this is my second one of the day
Yeah,
so far.
You do
Oh,
quite
wow.
a few of them.
Yeah.
And we're going to get back to your team soon about Symphony.
Oh, great.
Definitely something we're going to do. It's just a matter of which tier, which level.
That's awesome.
Doesn't
We're
sound like
printing out. What's that, Mike?
that's not symphony music. I said something else.
Mike, it's
platform
really
that
cool.
makes-
It's a way to synthesize all of our data
Nice.
into
Nice.
pretty dynamic dashboards. So
Okay, we are live on Facebook too, so we can get started.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Hutchinson. I'm chairman of the board of Visit Mesa. Happy that you can join us today. We have a great turnout of people from all sectors of the visitor industry in our community and in the region. This has been a really difficult time. If you're like me, I thought, yeah, the pandemic would come and go in 3 or 4 months, and here we are 8 months, and it seems like maybe more than that in the pandemic. So it's been a difficult time for many of the people on the call, I know, and for our team at Visit Mesa. We have a great board of directors, and we have a great team, fortunately, who have done some remarkable things in the interim period as we've tried to cope with the challenges of the pandemic, both in the community and for our partners and for our team. So we're very proud of what they've done, and they'll continue to do that. We have a great agenda for you with lots of interesting presenters today, and give you an update on what's going on, and we'll have time for questions and answers. Obviously, the team has continued to work to try to attract new business when it's safe for people to again travel and come to our community. So they're working hard on that as we get to our traditional high season. So you're going to get updates on that, and hopefully we can continue to serve you in the community and with programs that will help improve your business. So I want to welcome a special guest we have today who really, in my opinion, needs no introduction if you've been around Mesa for any amount of time. My pleasure to introduce Mayor John Giles, who's our current mayor. John's been involved with the city of Mesa since the 90s in elected roles, and then currently serves as mayor. He was reelected this summer and will be sworn in for another 4-year term in January. He does a great job representing the city, not only locally and regionally, but on the national scene too. So we're pleased you could be here this morning. And John, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mike. Thanks for all that you do professionally and personally to advance the city of Mesa, and have been for so many years. I want to say welcome from the Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport. I'm at the airport this morning about to participate in an airport authority board meeting, so you'll have to excuse me when I drop off the screen to enter that meeting. But coincidentally, immediately following that meeting, we're breaking ground here at the airport on a brand new Wyndham hotel. So tourism and Visit Mesa is kind of the theme for the day. And again, I can't actually think of a better place for me to be joining you from than our airport. This is where so many of our visitors begin their adventure here in Mesa. As we all know, visitors are crucially important to the fabric of our community. Our collection of amenities are some of the best experiences in the entire state. And so couldn't be more proud of the city of Mesa. There is, no matter who you are, there's something for everyone here. I recently, for example, went on for the first time on a stand-up paddleboarding ride down the Lower Salt River at the suggestion of Visit Mesa. It was a lot of fun. I recommend it to everyone. It was a blast. My whole family is hooked on it now. Of course, the scenery along the river is spectacular. We saw the wild horses, and it was hard to imagine that it was just literally a few minutes away from my home. So from outdoor experiences like that one, to our wonderful arts community, to our wonderful restaurant community, to a very vibrant downtown, I think Mesa clearly has a lot to offer to tourists, and it's quite an adventure. So again, tourism is critically important to Mesa. Tourism matters to me. It enriches all of our lives and teaches us about other cultures and places to visit that just can't be matched by sitting in front of a screen or zooming into a community. So as soon as we can, and to the large extent that we can, we need to do everything we can to help people visit Mesa. So again, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this program. I just want to again say thank you to our wonderful visitor industry, and underscore the importance of this summit. And I know you're going to have a great event, and thanks for all that you're doing for our community. Back to you, Mike.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate your time this morning. We know you have a busy schedule. I'm going to introduce Marc Garcia, who I'm sure most people on the call know. Marc's been with the Visit Mesa organization for a number of years and has done an outstanding job, really taking it to another level. I know he's as frustrated as everyone with what's happened. As I tell people, in early March, this region and the visitor industry and many other industries were just humming along and doing great things, and our team was doing great things. So this has really been hard on him because he's a very action-oriented guy, but he's inspired his team to do lots of creative things, and we appreciate that. We appreciate also his involvement, not only in Visit Mesa, but in a number of activities in the city and in the region, and then on a national level. So, Marc, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thanks for what you're doing.
Well, thank you, Mike, and very much appreciate those kind words. And thank you for all you do for Visit Mesa and your tremendous service. Good morning, everybody. It is truly a privilege to be before you today to celebrate all our successes, and throughout the day during the Q&As, together discuss what the future looks like for the Mesa visitor industry. On a personal note, it's an honor for me to lead the organization on behalf of our board of directors, all of you, our partners, and our stakeholders. I truly love what I do and appreciate all that Mesa is doing and all that it's becoming. The growth we're seeing now is the very reason I came to Visit Mesa over 8 years ago. Before I go any further, I want to thank Mayor Giles for taking the time to welcome you all this morning. As Mike said, he's a really busy man with a lot on his plate, but he always seems to make time for Visit Mesa and for our industry. In fact, I've been in the DMO business for nearly 25 years, and I can tell you that it's pretty rare for a mayor to be as dialed into tourism as Mayor Giles is. He welcomes our clients when they're here, whether during a site inspection or FAM or during their actual event. And even more, the mayor and I meet on a monthly basis, at his request, by the way, so that he can be more fully aware of the issues our industry faces, and also so that he can be our biggest cheerleader when the time calls for it. He's really a terrific mayor and a dynamic leader for the city of Mesa, and we're lucky to have him by our side. But no one, not even our brilliant mayor, could have anticipated the drastic, immediate, and devastating impacts, the invisible threat that COVID-19 would have on all we do and all we measure. After all, Visit Mesa was amid yet another record-breaking year of booked hotel room nights, over 101,000 room nights to be precise. of securing national headlines, recognizing Mesa's collective achievement as the nation's first and only autism certified city. And thanks to the City of Mesa, the Mesa Chamber of Commerce, and so many of you and your businesses for making that happen. We also tallied millions of impressions and engagement resulting from our award-winning marketing campaigns across a multitude of platforms. And while the shutdown was most certainly challenging, Visit Mesa boldly stepped forward to both protect and serve our valued guests and citizens. Unlike a lot of others, we weren't paralyzed by the immediate closures. Instead, we immediately and proactively responded to the new realities while heeding the guidance of our state and local leaders. We were running campaigns to support local businesses as early as March 20th. So many others were instead playing the wait and see game. But we knew you, our partners, couldn't afford for us to do that. And I'm so incredibly proud of our staff and the professional manner with which they responded to all the uncertainty that was staring at us back in March. We listened to our partners, our stakeholders, our board of directors, and we acted with strength and courage, but always with the awareness and faith that this too shall pass. Now, as we program another dynamic year of destination marketing, we're setting our minds and hearts on the future. We recently engaged with MMGY in partnership with Destinations International on a future study known as Destination Next, to one, measure ourselves against our competitors, and two, to put together a comprehensive strategic plan for the next 3 years. And we just finished this exercise a few weeks ago, and it includes, among many other items, new vision and mission statements for the organization. A big part of the plan involves better educating Mesa residents and Mesa business leaders about the value proposition of the visitor economy, what visitor spending means to the city's general fund, and how and why visitor tax receipts help keep resident taxes lower. Did you know, for example, that for every dollar invested into Visit Mesa, there's a return of $23.58 in estimated direct visitor expenditures? And did you know that the $579 million spent by visitors in Mesa in 2019 means that approximately $1.6 million was spent every day by visitors last year? I bet you probably didn't know those things. But what you can do, you can learn many more facts and figures and about the impacts of visitor spending in Mesa by going to visitorsmeanbusiness.com. We've been documenting how residents feel about tourism and what we need to do as a destination through sentiment surveys and through our new community steering committee, whose members will help shape our messaging to customers and residents alike moving forward. Now, and far more than ever, locals have been brought on board as ambassadors to help steer our ship and to ensure that all voices are heard and represented in all that we do. From our brand images and marketing strategies to our staff hiring practices and board member development. You'll see in the coming year that diversity, inclusion, and equity, already important values at Visit Mesa, will be prioritized even more as these rank very high among our strategic targets and objectives. You began to see this commitment earlier this year when Visit Mesa launched its For the Love of Mesa community-driven videos in Spanish, Korean, and Mandarin. We created a special district section at visitmesa.com so that our visitors can more easily search for events and attractions in our Asian district and our ever-evolving downtown core. You'll see more of this soon with our Instagram TV series, which is currently in development. We'll ensure that Visit Mesa's brand reflects Mesa's diverse and eclectic population as we strive to reflect the community we are so proud of here in Mesa. Another matter that is of the highest import to Visit Mesa, and to all of you, I would argue, is establishing a tourism marketing authority, or TMA, as you'll most often hear it called. This state enabling legislation will be reintroduced at the beginning of the state legislative session in January. And we have every confidence that it will comfortably pass in both houses of the legislature and be signed by the governor. And once it does, we'll have a very unique opportunity in our history to meaningfully grow our destination's branding and marketing efforts. We'll be able to have a presence in markets that we've never been able to approach. It means we'll be able to have a significantly enhanced presence in our major feeder markets. Instead of being in DC, Chicago, Southern California, the Pacific Northwest, and Texas, just once a year or once every other year, we'll be able to sell Mesa more proactively by physically being in those markets on multiple occasions each and every year. Plus, the new funds would afford us the opportunity to do some creative guerrilla marketing in key Allegiant target markets. Again, doing things we've never previously been able to do. TMA is simply a huge opportunity for us to match our ranking as the nation's 35th largest city. And there's so much more to share about TMA. I could spend an hour or more talking just about it. Just know that you'll be hearing a lot about it in the coming weeks and months. And if you have any questions about TMA, I encourage you to reach out to me directly at Marc, that's M-A-R-C, at visitmesa.com. And I'd be happy to share all the dynamics that are at play with it. But to be effective with any new revenues, or even with what we have at our disposal today, requires trusted research and data, proven intelligence, and of course, a good mix of hard work, prudence, and creativity. And it helps to have industry experts by your side to guide you through some of it. Fortunately, one of the most influential of these in the visitor industry worldwide joins us today, our keynote speaker, Adam Sachs, who will highlight some of our successes in 2019, and more importantly, give us a picture and a forecast of the future. Adam Sachs is the founder and president of Tourism Economics, an Oxford economics company dedicated to understanding the relationship between travel and the economy. For more than 2 decades, Adam has worked with destinations, industry associations, and companies around the world in the areas of opportunity and risk assessments, policy analysis, and economic impact. Adam's work has provided the foundation for billions of dollars in capital investment decisions by hotel companies, developers, and investors. Destination marketing organizations like Visit Mesa around the world rely on tourism economics data and scenario models to inform global marketing investment allocations. Adam also supports trade associations in the aviation, hotel, and broader travel arena with forecasts widely considered to be an industry standard. And by examining the economic merits of travel facilitation, taxation, and tourism promotion initiatives, Adam's work has influenced critical government policies. He's an authority on measuring the economic impact of visitor activity and has analyzed the impacts of cruising, gaming, timeshare, hotels, attractions, and destination marketing ROI. Adam regularly presents to corporate strategic planning teams on the threats and opportunities facing their businesses, and is a member of the U.S. Department of Commerce, Travel, and Tourism Advisory Board. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Adam Sachs.
Thank you very much, Marc. It's really great to be with you. Thank you for inviting me to be with you as well. There's a lot to cover together, and so I'm excited to be able to share with you some thoughts on where we see the travel industry, where we see the economy, how it's evolving, when it's going to recover. I'm going to try to answer all of these questions, which is an audacious undertaking. I would ask of you, as I do this, to feel free to enter in any thoughts you've got into the chat. If you want to comment on anything that I've said, you can sharply disagree with anything that I've said. You can raise a adjacent point. You can agree, you can clap, you can boo, whatever you want to do in the chat. But I think it's a great way in this virtual environment for us to stay engaged with each other, be aware that we are actually part of a group, even though we're in lots of different places. So please make good use of the chat function so that you can engage with each other. And I may even look at it, glance at it along the way. And then also make good use of the Q&A function, because we will leave time for questions and hopefully satisfactory answers as we go. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen, and we'll get started together. So the comments that I've prepared for you are under this banner of planning for the recovery. And I hope this does not seem presumptuous, that indeed the recovery is inevitable, and that it is up to us now to plan for it and indeed to do what we can to accelerate it. And I'm going to share some thoughts with you on both fronts. as we go, why we think that the recovery is inevitable, why we think it's actually somewhat imminent, if I can use that term, and what we can do to help get us there a little bit quicker. So let's go ahead and get started. I trust you can see my screen, and we'll jump in. So first of all, point out that we are in the midst of a nascent recovery, but nevertheless, we've experienced a pause in recent weeks, especially if you look at Arizona in its entirety. You can see how devastating the early spring was with lockdowns, a 90% drop in travel spending in Arizona in those months in April and May. But how much it's improved is pretty remarkable. And where we've been is in around the range of 30% decline year over year in travel spending. But you'll notice that the last week of data, actually the last 2 weeks of data, show things beginning to trail off. So some of that is the movement out of the leisure season into what would be more group and corporate, and therefore a bit of demand falling out. But here is some solace I offer you, is that Arizona has well outperformed the US throughout this recovery period in its early form. In fact, Arizona travel spending down in the range, as I mentioned, around 30% over the last few months, compared to approaching 50% in some of those months. So the average gap is about 10 percentage points over the last 3 months. So Arizona's been out in front in that sense. Nevertheless, there's been an enormous effect of these travel losses on government finances. State government revenue is off $211 million simply as a result of those declines in traveler spending, and local government agencies are wanting for $113 million in revenue because of declines in travel. Now, hotel performance, you can look at these big numbers and think, well, it doesn't exactly match my experience. Well, when you look at different experiences, either by geography or by chain scale, you can see that the differences really do map onto a pretty clear grid. And there are 2 points here. One is the higher end, the hotel, the worst performance, and the more urban, the destination, the worst performance. These are the general realities across the country. This is US data, year to date, revenue per available room through the end of September. You can see that luxury and upper upscale hotels are down 2/3 year to date in RevPAR, but in the economy scale, only down about 23%. Similar kind of disparity when you think about destinations, urban down 66%, yet small metro town, interstate down 33, 34%. So differences here by chain scale, differences by destination. Now Mesa is interesting because you've outperformed, well, everybody, and there are a number of reasons for that we'll get into, but you've well outperformed certainly the urban metric here. In fact, when you look at the top 25 markets, there are only 10 markets for the last week of STR data that have occupancy rates over 40%. The number one occupancy market in the US in the top 25 markets is Phoenix, which includes Mesa in the STR definition, at occupancy of over 55%. So again, there's no place to hide in this downturn. However, you are, as a metro area, outperforming every other city of any appreciable size in the entire country. So I offer you to that as some comfort in a relative sense. All right, now you're outperforming the nation any way that I look at it. If you look at weekly occupancy rates from STR, you've actually seen you've gone the exact opposite direction of everybody else in the last week of data, with occupancy rates rising to nearly 61% in the week ending November 7th. Compare that to the US, well, top 25 occupancy rate of 40%. So you're a full 20 percentage points higher in occupancy than the top 25. And then all other markets, which generally are outperforming, the top 25 markets right now are at 46%. So you're beating them as well. So indeed, Mesa is if I can if I can couch it this way, you're a success story within the storm. You're outperforming your peers, you're outperforming the nation as well. But overall, the performance of destinations, as we look at it around the country, around the world, is defined it by exposure to auto trips and exposure to leisure, because corporate and group has been so hard hit and fly travel has been so hard hit. Air passengers, latest data down nearly 70% year over year. Hotel room demand nationally down 33%, but auto trips only down 14%. So you see clearly people are, to the extent they're traveling, they're getting there by car. And that's really defining the success of different destinations. Nationally, again, you see how you've bucked the trend here, because revenue per available room has actually begun to decline in October, and we've seen that continue in November. Again, it's really this dynamic of people aren't, we're kind of pushed out of the leisure season, and corporate and group is still bumping along the bottom, and therefore revenue per available room is at about half of where it was a year ago. And we really don't see nationally that improving in any significant way over the next 4 months or so. And I'll mark out that period of 4 months a couple of times in my remarks, and then we'll talk about why we think that's our horizon for things remaining pretty difficult, and then what things could look like after that. STR has an interesting way of they view their hotel room demand data, and what we see is a strong rebound through the summer, early part of the summer months, but then things really tapering off with demand growth. This is a week over week basis, so it just gives you a sense of momentum. And particularly those last few weeks, you see how momentum has shifted from at least on average modest growth to now a pretty noticeable slide over the last couple of weeks. And you see it in the air traffic data as well. Whereas things began to grow through the first half of the summer, and then they really leveled off in air travel. People's willingness to travel has kind of stabilized at that down 70% range. But similarly to the hotel data, you see those last few weeks, things tapering off and people traveling by air less than a year ago. And so it's not surprising, particularly with cases rising around the country, that people are keeping it closer to home. This is a weekly survey from Longwoods International. They ask travelers, do you feel safe traveling outside of your community? And we see that that has actually worsened to just 46% saying they feel safe traveling outside of their community, compared to where we were in September at 50%. So clearly cases are having an effect on people's willingness to travel. And we're seeing it in the data, no matter which side we look at. So where are we headed in the economy? I think think about this as the foundation for everything, particularly the recovery as we move into the second quarter of 2021. The most important thing that we should probably watch is the jobs market. You'll see that in February and April, we lost 22 million jobs as the U.S. economy largely locked down. Now, there's been an impressive rebound over these last few months, but what you'll notice is that in each successive month of the rebound, there have been fewer jobs added. So after 4.8 million jobs added in June, 1.8 million in July, 1.4 million in August, 672,000 in September, 638,000 in October. You can see where this is going. Things are beginning to moderate in terms of improvement in job gains. And so the second half of this recovery is going to be harder to come by than the first half. In the context of these lessening employment gains, we see the unemployment rate at just 6.9%. Now, well ways off of that terrible rate of 14.7% in April. But keep in mind, we're still in range of kind of the average recession. of where we see the average recession in the range of 7 to 8%. So we're still not out of the woods by any means in terms of the jobs market. We're around the average of the past 6 recessions, but it's actually a little bit worse than that. And the reason is that the participation rate is at the lowest rate it's been since the 1970s. And so that unemployment rate will be pretty stubborn, because as the jobs market continues to repair, that participation rate is going to go up. And as that goes up, that's going to mean that the unemployment rate's really not going to push off of that 6.9 very easily. So that 6.9 is actually a little bit rosier than we actually see it right now, because people have left the labor market right now. So we ask our clients, what do you think the outlook, what shape is it going to take? And this is from our parent company, Oxford Economics, and they look at their clients are corporations around the world, mostly Fortune 1000 companies. And they ask the executives in those companies, what do you see as the outlook? And this is a bit of an alphabet approach to the recovery, but I think it can be useful. What you'll see is that most of our clients, nearly 40%, say that they foresee a U-shaped recovery. What is a U-shaped? It means that growth returns to trend relatively gradually after recession. But a not insignificant share, but I would say a lower share than we saw back in July, are concerned about a W-shaped recovery. That would be after this initial recovery, we actually see growth again weaken and a double dip recession as we move into the end of this year and early next year. About 25% of our clients think that's the most likely outcome. After that, it's an L shape, which is a prolonged recovery period, or a V shape, which is a brisk recovery that continues into next year. So that's what, give you a profile of what corporations are seeing around the world. I'll tell you what we think, and I'll spend a little bit of time on this so that you can absorb this. We think, well, put it simply, it's most likely going to be a U. And that's our baseline forecast. And so the third quarter, very, very strong growth in the economy that we just moved out of. But now we're seeing things level off, remaining below the pre-virus GDP path, but continuing to grow without receding into a downturn again. What does that baseline assumption assume? Well, it assumes that a vaccine becomes widely available in the first quarter of 2021. While this has been our view for better part of a couple months now, it's certainly been welcome news, what we've heard from Pfizer and Moderna in terms of effectiveness, and now we can't get it out soon enough. So that's going to be really fundamental to this baseline outlook, which then supports a continued economic rebound through 2021 without any retrenchment. Now, there's downside risks, right? Lockdowns are returning around the country, and that does pose kind of an economic headwind. And so if we don't see additional fiscal stimulus in conjunction with these additional lockdowns around the country, the risk of a W shape, a return to recession, actually increases pretty significantly. We see that risk overall at 25% right now. And there's also an upside risk, which is that medical advances push us forward even more quickly than we think, but that's a relatively low probability at 15%. I'll add one more thing here, which is that we have analyzed the Biden economic platform, and we see that as being pro-growth. And so the spending plans, which are actually quite significant, although they're unlikely to get passed through Congress in their full form, would be pro-growth. So the plans for infrastructure spending, R&D, spending on green technology, spending in support of manufacturing, all these things that are part of the Biden-Harris economic platform are pro-growth. Now you may say, well, it comes with higher taxes, doesn't it? Yes, you would be correct. It does come with higher taxes. The thing is, though, because those, at least the household taxes, are focused on the highest income households in the U.S., they have a relatively modest effect on consumption. So those higher taxes tend to get absorbed by higher income households, and therefore not affect private consumption the way it would be as if it were a broad-based tax increase. So you get the benefit of government spending without the downside of a reduction in household consumption being actually pro-growth. And so that represents a bit of an upside to the forecast in terms of mitigating some of those risks. All right, I'm guessing that I have comments that are showing up now that I've started sharing anything that gets associated with politics. We'll take a look at that in a little bit and come back to it if you'd like. Okay, let me continue on the kind of the fiscal side and the government side. Another stimulus package is essential, and it's essential because if we don't, household income on average is going to start going negative. Look at what happened during the summer and the spring months. The offset of those tax rebates, those $1,200 checks, and the top off of federal unemployment insurance, $600, made a huge difference in offsetting what otherwise would have been just those blue bars below the line. And you'd have seen these massive declines in personal income as a result. It successfully warded off those declines in income. But here we are moving into the fall months, and if we don't see additional stimulus, it's very likely that we'll see household incomes decline. So it's important that that does happen, and that hopefully happens before the end of the year, if not early in 2021. One of the reasons that we think things are going to continue moving forward and not backwards, at least in our most likely scenario, is Federal Reserve policy. Incredibly dovish right now with interest rates nearly zero. It's truly been wind in the sails of the economy. It's made the cost of capital lower, encouraging some investment. It's also made a big difference in the housing market with mortgage rates at record lows. You've probably noted that the housing market has been a bright spot in the U.S. economy. Both new housing starts and sales of existing homes have been very, very strong over the last 6 months. You may ask why that is, or how is that the case if we're still down 10 million people in terms of jobs? Well, it's an interesting dynamic with the recovery right now. And if I can introduce another letter, this particular segment of my presentation is sponsored by the letter K. And a K-shaped recovery indicates that some parts of the economy are doing well, while other parts are doing poorly. So you get the two parts of the right side of the K. The parts that are doing well, those households that continue to do well, are the ones that are supporting this boom in the real estate market. So even though you still have that damage in the labor market, you still have enough of the labor market that's doing relatively well to support this improvement in housing, supported by what we're seeing in interest rates. Now, one of the other encouraging things for household finances is that households are saving a good bit right now. Still around 14% savings rate as a percentage of income. That's extremely high. It takes us back to the mid-70s where we were at that point before. Now it's falling, but nevertheless, it does provide a bit of a buffer for households as we go through what I trust will be the latter stages of this crisis, and gives ammunition for consumption, particularly for travel as things open up. So that's a point of encouragement where we see things headed as things open up. So that leads us to probably the most important question, the one that you have pondered along the way. When will travel recover? Well, there are a number of ways that I can try to answer this question. But let me start by giving you some markers on when we see different segments recovering. And I've broken it into 3 phases here. The first phase is now behind us. It was the summer. And so the rebounds that many of you saw in terms of travel demand, primarily in leisure, right? And primarily in the drive market within that. So where are we now? When do we see the next phase of recovery? Well, I mentioned earlier that I think the next 4 months are going to continue to be pretty difficult. But once we get into the second quarter, so kind of mark out April, when we expect to see the stronger return of essential meetings, small and medium-sized events, and then regional, international with both Mexico and Canada. That really comes with the kind of the full advent of the vaccine, when we see these things begin to take shape and materialize. And then we have to wait until the summer before we would expect to see large events in long-haul international, maybe transatlantic, trans-Pacific, and Latin American international travel to U.S. So this is just a bit of a marker. These aren't the points where we expect full recovery, but they are when we think we'll see the beginnings of recovery in each of these traveler segments. Now, I mentioned the K to you in terms of different households. It does bode well for a rebound in travel as we look to the second half of next year, especially. The reason is, of those 10 million jobs that remain lost, most of them are actually in lower income tiers. And while that's certainly a social crisis that needs to be addressed, in terms of its effect on the travel industry, it means the travel industry is somewhat shielded from a prolonged downturn, because those that are our most frequent travelers have been relatively unaffected. Look at the share of travel workers who can telework by age level. The wages, if you earn more than 75% of the average wage, it's very likely you can telework. Whereas the less you earn, if you're in that 25 or below percentile, it's very likely you can't telework, and therefore it's very likely your job's been disrupted. And indeed, that's where we see most of the job losses are in these lower income categories. So our most frequent travelers, relatively less affected, therefore they will be ready, willing, and able to travel as things open up next year. This is another snapshot from the Longwood survey, and I share it with you because I think it has some pretty important strategic implications. There are 2 points here. One is that most people are switching from a fly trip to a drive trip. The other is that anyone who was planning an international outbound trip is switching to a domestic trip. So 1 in 3 people roughly saying, I'm switching from that fly trip I had planned to a drive trip, and 1 in 5 saying they're switching from an international trip to a domestic trip. Keep in mind, this is of the entire sample. So what it means is that the vast majority of people that were going to fly are now going to drive, and nearly everybody that was going to take an international trip is now going to take a domestic trip. All right, so this has major implications on how we market and to whom we market. Now, one of the things you may wonder is, okay, we're losing all international inbound travel. Is there enough domestic travel to fill in the difference? My answer to you is yes. And the reason is because last year, there were 19 million more US resident outbound trips than there were international inbound trips to the US. What it means is if you kind of level set this, accept that we're not getting international inbound travelers, but also understand that US residents, instead of traveling abroad, are going to travel domestically, the opportunity is for the US to gain 19 million trips as a result. So as you engage the market, the opportunity to convert those would-be outbound international trips to domestic trips will and could potentially more than offset the loss in international visits to your destination. Now, this is our forecast for the US for hotel room demand that we do every quarter with STR. And we expect a 39% drop in room demand. The drop in revenue is about 50%. What do we think next year looks like? Well, next year, we should get to around 80% of 2019 demand levels. And then we expect to get back to par 2019 levels in 2023. So that is the forecast for the US. We encourage our clients these days to think about next year in 2 halves, where the first half still is challenging, especially in the first quarter. But as we move into the second half, things actually could look very, very good. And so the second half of next year expected to significantly beat 2020 and approach 2019 levels in terms of room demand. Now, room revenue takes longer because rate has suffered along with demand, and we always see rate taking a bit longer than occupancy. In fact, if you look at this crisis, which is the light blue line, compared to the great financial crisis, which is the gray line, you see that we expect room revenue to take longer to recover in this crisis than it did in the great financial crisis. A number of reasons for that. One is that the downturn is steeper. The other is that we actually haven't fully started the recovery yet. As I've shared with you, we're still in a period of time where at the national level, things have begun to retrench. So the clock technically hasn't even begun on a unabated recovery. So mark out for the US 2024 as the year when we expect hotel room revenue to get back to where it was compared to 2023 for hotel room demand. Now, there are different outcomes for this, and we modeled this for the city of Mesa, and I'm going to share with you our perspective for Mesa now. Now, there are different scenarios here, just as there are for the economy. There's an upside, there's a baseline, there's a downside. The baseline does seem what is most likely still. We did this work back in August, so it's a few months old, but our view is pretty consistent. Things have not changed radically, where we think some restrictions are going to remain through certainly the first half of 2021, especially that first quarter. Groups will be permitted to meet with modifications in 2021, but attendance is going to be hampered. The downside risk is that we're not able to contain the virus. That continues into 2021 with very limited group travel. The upside is that things get contained more quickly than we see right now, and then we see things pick up especially in 2021 more quickly. So these are the kind of the range of outcomes. This is what it looks like in kind of one easy chart. What does hotel room revenue in Mesa look under the three scenarios? For 2020, it looks to be down in the range of, when all is said and done, about 30%. That 30% decline is actually pretty consistent with what we saw as the downside scenario a few months ago. So that's kind of how things have materialized. And I think the increase in cases that we've seen in recent weeks bears that out. But looking ahead to 2021, you can see a pretty significant rebound in all the different scenarios, especially that upside scenario where you get up to $107 million in room revenue, down only 6% relative to 2019. The range is pretty significant, though. The most likely scenario, down in the range around 17% room revenue year over year. Now, 2022, in the upside scenario, we basically are fully recovered in room revenue. In that scenario, you've actually beat the U.S. outlook, not only for revenue, but you've gotten back on revenue before the U.S. even gets back in demand. And I don't think that's an outlandish target for you to try to achieve that upside scenario. And indeed, looking at some of the KPIs for what Visit Mesa has accomplished over the last couple of years, and given some of your strengths as a destination, how you performed over the last 8 months compared to the rest of the country, this is an attainable goal, getting back up to hotel room revenue levels in 2022. Considered a stretch goal, but certainly one that is attainable. What we think is the more likely outcome is that you're down about 10% on room revenue in 2022. All right. So that's a sense of the range of forecasts as we've modeled these out relative to economic activity and dynamics with the virus itself. So let me share some thoughts with you. I'm kind of market shift here from looking at the market to looking at advocacy and how you as an industry can advocate for the importance of what you do and the importance of support for the travel economy in Mesa. So whether that relates to destination marketing, funding, or whether that relates to support of small businesses, these sorts of arguments that I'm going to place before you apply, and I trust that they will help to support your case as you continue to make the case for the importance of your industry and the importance of fostering recovery. So the first thing I want to note for you is that destination promotion and the fostering of the visitor economy has a catalytic role in the broader economy. Of course, it has direct impacts as you bring visitors to Mesa And as those visitors spend money, and it produces taxes and jobs, and I'll share some of that with you toward the end, massive economic impacts. But it has a catalytic impact as well, because as you promote Mesa as a destination of visitors, it makes Mesa more attractive to investors and corporations as well. How does it do that? Well, by attracting visitors, you're building transportation networks and route development and supporting air access. You're raising the quality of life, because as you build amenities and attractions for visitors, those make Mesa more attractive for investors and residents. You're raising the destination profile, that while you're promoting the visitors, it's producing a brand and an awareness that goes much more broadly than that. And you're attracting events and conventions and meetings who are experiencing Mesa, and it's putting it on the map for site locators and investors in ways that economic development on its own would have a hard time doing. So there's a catalytic role of destination marketing in all of economic development that is absolutely crucial. I'm going to share with you in each of these four channels of catalytic impact how we've seen this work, with actually some quotes from heads of economic development. On the front of building transport networks, the idea that I've shared, visitors support air service, which increases connectivity, which is one of the key criteria for site selectors, for new investors. The Secretary of Economic Development in Louisiana said it very pointedly when we talked to him on this topic. He said air service is profoundly important to corporate investment and location decisions. This is one of tourism's most significant contributions, since the levels of air service in New Orleans far exceed what local demand could support. Raising the destination profile, right? As I mentioned, you're bringing people into contact with the destination, developing and conveying an image and a brand that not only supports visitors, but is a platform for economic development. I mean, listen to what some of these economic development heads said, and these people don't have anything to do directly with tourism. Right? These aren't destination marketers. These are economic developers for the destinations. So in Chicago, economic development said tourists are familiar with New York, San Fran, LA, not as familiar with Chicago. And every tourist that comes through here is a potential business lead. Asheville economic development. As we talk to prospects, they mention past visits and good experiences. This is our open door. And in Phoenix, the economic development head told us this: if we do it right, the ideal brand will transcend the visitor market and support all of economic development. So what you do in destination marketing, what you do in attracting visitors, is a driver of economic development more broadly. We see this in different parts of the country. In Denver, you can see that the Economic Development Agency is using some of the same things that connect to travel. So the outdoor environment, which is very much part of the Denver brand in terms of destination marketing and wellness, has been co-opted by economic development, even though it's primarily driven by Visit Denver. Same thing in Asheville. They got a major investment a number of years ago from New Belgium breweries. One of the reasons they chose Asheville over other destinations was because of their visitor attractions and their visitor experiences. $175 million investment. A survey by Destination or Development Councils International said that 17% of executives with site location responsibility, they say that their perceptions of an area's business climate were influenced by leisure travel, and 42% say their decision was influenced by business travel. It's why Chicago Economic Development said you can never expose people enough. Once they come, you've got them. And the Director of Economic Development in Cleveland said, as Positively Cleveland, which is their DMO, pushes its campaigns, people get the message that Cleveland is cool. And as people visit, they experience the reality. So you can see how the marketing efforts and the destination marketing activities have a much broader impact than even attracting visitors alone. Michigan is a great case study. Pure Michigan, which is a state-run destination marketing campaign, has become the economic development campaign. So Pure Michigan, visitor economy, but now it's been co-opted pure production, for manufacturing development, and they're using it for beer, for produce, even advertising at baseball games. So it's been a huge success how destination marketing can become the platform for economic development. The head of economic development for Visit California said it in a way that I thought was very salient. And they actually said they're learning from Visit California by how they brand the state. And they're taking their model and applying it to economic development. And we've seen wins around the country, Chicago, California, Louisiana, who are doing the exact same thing. In fact, there are a lot of surveys that support this idea. This is one, it was for the Lake Erie Shores region in Ohio. And what they found is that people that had seen the destination marketing campaigns had a much different perception of the region than those that hadn't seen the destination marketing campaigns. In fact, if you had seen the destination marketing campaign, you were more than twice as likely to see the Lake Erie Shores and Islands region as a desirable place to live, to purchase a vacation home, to retire, to attend college, to start a business, to start a career. That difference represents the impact of those campaigns in areas that aren't even related to travel. And so clearly supporting the recovery in destination marketing and the visitor economy has broad implications for economic development. Also, third point, conventions and trade shows. I'm going to hit this pretty quickly, but the CEO of Greater Phoenix CVB a few years ago told us our economic development organization doesn't have to fly to DC or China because the low-hanging fruit is coming here for events. And then Metro Denver economic development, economic clusters and conventions have become synergistic. It's why World Business Chicago, their economic development agency, has staff who focus on trade shows and conventions as a way to connect with prospects for corporate investment. The fourth and final channel of catalytic impact is raising the quality of life. You do that. When you attract visitors, you're building up the amenities, attractions, and experiences that raise the quality of life in Mesa. And that makes it a desirable place for not only visitors, but for investors. 9 million visitors came to Asheville last year. They supported an amenity base, which provides a desirable lifestyle that is larger than our population will support. World Business Chicago, I think said it very, very on point. Traveler attractions are the same reason that CEOs choose a place. And we've seen lots of site decisions being made in connection with visitor attractions. Boeing's decision for their headquarters in Chicago. Denver, a revitalization of an entire part of the city connected to the visitor economy. And then a GE Aviation site location decision in Asheville, heavily affected by quality of life scores, which were connected to the visitor economy. So major impacts here. Now, I'm going to add to this for you. Why is it essential that the visitor economy be fostered and everything be done possible to restore it to its prior levels? Well, one of the reasons is that if you look at the Phoenix MSA, of which Mesa is a part, you see that over the last 10 years, leisure and hospitality employment growth has well outpaced the rest of the economy. 34% increase in employment in leisure and hospitality compared to 29% for the overall Phoenix Mesa economy. Now, of course, Phoenix Mesa has well outpaced the U.S. Nevertheless, leisure and hospitality has been a leader in job growth over the past decade. But what's happened? Well, what's happened this year is a complete reversal because no other industry has been hit as hard as leisure and hospitality. 1 in 4 jobs lost still through the end of October. Well, no other industry even comes close to having been hit as hard as leisure and hospitality. But there's more, right? As if this wasn't reason enough, it's a fast-growing industry. It's been hit harder than any other industries. If you look at all job losses in the Phoenix MSA, more than half of them are in the leisure and hospitality industry. This is a really important implication, and that's this. The only way that the economy of Phoenix and Mesa gets back on its feet is through a full restoration in the travel economy. Simply, there's just too much of the losses have been concentrated within the travel economy to get back to economic health any other way. So again, whether it be supporting with small businesses, helping to encourage smart, safe opening, the support of funding of destination marketing, these three things essential to getting to a point where we can begin to rebuild the economy of the region. Now, I started out with this comment about the recovery being inevitable, and I firmly believe that. And I made this comment on LinkedIn a couple of months ago now, and it was to set a bit of a marker on and put sort of shine a light on what we think is a hopeful and true perspective. And this is what I wrote. I said, all our forecasts and scenarios are moored to the non-negotiable assumption that travel will fully recover. The pandemic will end. The drivers of travel, income growth, demographic shifts, the importance of meetings, and the intrinsic value of a vacation will still be intact on the other side. History supports the premise recovery is inevitable. This is our view because we've always seen it this way. But I didn't expect it to be controversial. However, it did become controversial to my surprise, because the very first comment that I got was this. Words to that effect also said by the music industry, newspaper industry, and video industry in the last 2 decades as well. Non-negotiable assumption seems like a strange hill to stand on for an economist. So, whoa, shot fired over the bow. And I, by nature, shy away from controversy. I shy away from arguments. But this one I wasn't going to let go because I felt it was too important to let it go. And so let me share with my response, and I'll try to clarify it as well. My first response is this. With those other industries, music, newspaper, and video, which are important case studies for restructuring, new platforms emerged to provide the same service more efficiently while improving the customer service. There is no clear substitute for travel. Let me ask you, is this better or worse than meeting in person? It's worse, right? I mean, I'm glad to be with you, but it'd be much better if we were all in the same room. There'd be a lot more benefits to it. Much more the case for leisure travel. There's no substitute for leisure travel either. And here's the thing. We consume more music, more news, and more video than we ever have before. So it's not the best analogy, because the analogy then would say, you know what? We're just going to consume more travel, and we're going to do it more efficiently. There's no substitute for travel, and so these other case studies aren't really helpful. And here's the other point that I think we need to keep in mind about the inevitability of recovery. The demise of travel has been a popular pundit talking point before. Marc, you said you've been doing this for 25 years in destination marketing. That's about how long I've been doing this as well. Some of you may have been in this industry longer, but this is not the first time, to borrow from Mark Twain, that rumors of travel's death have been highly exaggerated. In fact, after 9/11, people said people won't fly in the same numbers again. During the great financial crisis, about 12 years ago, people said meetings will never return to their former glory, or people are going to use virtual meetings. Those predictions have not aged well. In each case, confidence was restored and travelers came back. We've analyzed crises and disasters and calamities around the world for a lot of years. There's never been a case where travel hasn't come back. In fact, let me share you this anecdote. When SARS was resolved in Singapore and Hong Kong, 2 of the epicenters of that crisis, travel was fully restored within about 6 months. So that's how fast confidence was restored and people were willing to travel to the place where there was the most fear and where there was the most reluctance to travel right? So the recovery itself is inevitable, but this got me thinking, if a reluctance to travel isn't going to be with us on the other side of this, what will there be as a legacy of this crisis? Will there be some sense in which there'll be a new normal? We've heard that phrase used a number of times. Well, I am convinced it's not going to be a reluctance to travel. It's not going to be a fear of travel. I think people are going to travel briskly with pent-up demand as things open up in 2021. But I do believe that it's going to be an enduring legacy of the crisis. And what I'm convinced it's going to be is gratitude. Imagine with me, if you will, in 2021, and whether it's the spring or whether it's the summer, when we're able to freely travel, how we're going to feel about it. See, we've had something taken away from us that we previously took for granted: the freedom to travel, the freedom to meet, the freedom to collaborate, share ideas, experience wonderful things, go to beautiful places with people we love. All that's been heavily limited over these last 8 months. And we may have taken it for granted before. We won't take it for granted on the other side. And when we do inevitably meet again, we will feel differently about it than we did a year ago. We will appreciate it and be grateful for it in a way that we weren't before. And how much more when we're able to visit those places that we want to visit, and we're able to do so unhindered, with loved ones, full experience. These things, when we get there, and we will get there, the enduring legacy is not going to be a reluctance to experience those things, but a gratitude for them. And that's going to stay with us for quite a while, and I'm glad for it. In the meantime, it's up to us to do what we can to advocate for the industry, to accelerate the recovery through strategic marketing, to get us back there. And I commend you as a destination for how well you performed, and have good expectations for you through this tough period as we make our way to recovery. So thank you very much for having me. That's the end of what I had to share with you formally, and happy to spend some time chatting about any of this, questions, any comments that want to debate. I'm up for that as well, but hopefully not. So how would we like to do this? Should I take a look at these myself, or do we want to have a moderation of these comments and questions?
Yeah, hi everyone. Let me turn on my video real quick. Hi everyone, I'm Kate Eckstein. I'm the digital strategist at Visit Mesa, and I will be moderating the Q&A for today. We did get a couple comments in the chat. So we have one: these are very encouraging numbers and trends, but where do you see this going if COVID numbers continue to climb?
Yeah, well, I think that does, it connects to the idea that the next 4 months are going to continue to be pretty challenging. We've already seen the effect over the last couple of weeks in the STR data as well as in the flight data. So I'd expect that to continue. I don't think we're going to see things drop to anything like what we saw in the spring. The lockdowns are not as severe, and people are not reacting the same way that they did back in March and April. But this period through the early part of 2021 likely looks a lot like what the last few weeks have looked like, perhaps deteriorating just a bit. But it means that the corporate and group travel is, continued to be in a holding pattern, and that leisure travel, I think we are going to see a resumption of leisure travel that's going to continue, but it's going to be, there is going to be a, the rise in cases is going to certainly be felt as we go through these next 4 months. So in some sense, my message is, hang in there until we can get to, hopefully, as early as possible in the new year, we'll begin to see confidence restored. One of the things that's been encouraging, if you look at the data, is that is that these mitigating efforts work. And so while these are painful efforts, in terms of restricting economic activity, closing down businesses, things that are happening around the country, they did work. And so hopefully we can bend the curve down and then get a bit of opening again as we get our way toward the point where a vaccine becomes more readily available.
So thank you so much. And then we have another one. It says, hey, Adam, you mentioned the preferred way to travel is by car. Is there a marketing budget for TMA to build value for visitors with virtual tours of the tourism facilities and maps marketing for the industry here in Mesa?
Sounds like that might be a good one for Marc, if he's still with us available. But I think it'd be a kind of a strategy question on how that budget is being structured and the tactics that are envisioned. But I don't have that information.
Marc, do we have you on right now? There he is. You muted. I got you.
Sorry, I was just down the hallway. The question was about TMA, I'm sorry.
Yes, so it says, is there a marketing budget for TMA to build value for visitors with virtual tours of the tourism facilities and maps marketing for the industry here in Mesa?
Well, I would just say that we're really early in the process for TMA. For those that aren't familiar, this was a bill that ran in the last legislative session. Unfortunately, that session was curtailed with COVID. It was running really smoothly. There was no organized opposition to it. And it made it through the Senate. It was all the way, into the last vote in the committee of the whole in the House. And it didn't pass because the members weren't willing to meet in person. And so it was delayed to this session. There's likely to be an emergency clause put on it, which means that if we get 2/3 of the vote, 2/3 of the legislators support this, then it would be into effect. It would be made law as soon as the governor signs it, rather than having to wait for 90 days after the legislative session closes, right after sine die, for it to take effect. This is, for those that don't know, not a tax. It's an assessment. And we will work with our hotel community in Mesa to determine what that district looks like. So right now, it needs to go through the legislature, it needs to be signed by the governor, and we're already beginning to have some meetings with our Mesa hoteliers. For those that have not been invited to meetings thus far, don't worry. We know who you are. We'll be creating a steering committee to determine together what the district looks like, what the assessment would be per room per night. There have been some discussions about maybe for branded flagged hotels, it could be $2 per room per night. For all those hotels that have an ADR of under $100 a year, perhaps it's $1 per room per night. None of those decisions have been made yet. We need to work through it together. And then to answer specifically the question that was asked, once we have set that up and once we've gone to the City of Mesa Council and gotten their support, then we'll work together on determining how we would spend those monies. After all, it would be the hotel's money. So we'll be working together with the hoteliers to determine what the budget looks like, how we'd spend those monies. I mentioned in my opening remarks about being in some of our key target markets more often each and every year, but there may be some other avenues that we may want to pursue, whether it's through digital marketing, whether it's through social media, whether it's through events promotion here in market. There's a lot of different things that we could do. Hopefully I've answered that question satisfactorily for that person.
I think so. We have another question. Can we hear thoughts on spring training, the #1 economic driver in this market?
Well, Marc, I'm happy to get your thoughts on that as well. Right now, as we understand it, spring training is happening. MLB is planning on it, even looking at 2 sessions to limit the number of players that are on site at any one time. But Marc, you may know more being on the ground.
Not really. That's another tough question to answer. As far as we know now, it is proceeding, probably with lower than expected attendance. Don't know what that looks like for sure yet, but probably about 50% or less of what capacity would be in each of the stadiums. But we're going to be marketing to this, very important audience, obviously. I think it was Randy McGrain who asked that question. Obviously key for us. We often say that March is like Christmas in Mesa, because it is. Because we have so many visitors here, it will be shortened. There will be less folks, because if we're still required to wear masks, there's probably not a lot of folks that want to be in the stadium with a mask for 4 straight hours. So, we're anticipating that, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to still market to those target markets in advance of spring training, and provide the best service we can and keep them coming back year after year afterwards.
And then we got this one, I think also for you, Marc. We got this from our Facebook Live. Nick said, I'm an autism travel professional in the UK, and the communities I look after are scared about travel. The USA has such high numbers like the UK. What can you do to reassure our potential families to travel to Mesa when we are able?
That's a great question. And you're going to hear from our David Colzar a little bit later, who's our Director of National Sales, who's going to talk about our safe and clean protocols and the actions that we've taken here in Mesa. Obviously, the safety and health of our guests is priority number one. And, we've undergone a really comprehensive clean protocol program in partnership with the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Association, with guidance from the Arizona Office of Tourism, the State Department of Health, and others, to make sure that our guests do feel comfortable. As it relates to, ASD families, I just want to share with you that, the achievement we established last year was pretty remarkable. No community has done this. 62 of our partners, almost 4,000 people who live or work in Mesa, have gone through the certification process, but we're not stopping there. Just talking to another hotel yesterday who's going to come on, and not just come on, but they're also going to get an in-field audit. So IVCCS is going to come into the hotel, provide audits so that sensory guides can be made available for guests at that hotel. We're still talking to many more restaurants and other service providers to grow and enhance what we've already built. And we're not just going to be in hospitality. We're also going to grow this into housing eventually. We need to get into the healthcare, the hospitals. I'd love to get into education. I'd love to get into Mesa Public Schools, having some early discussions there. But employment and housing are the next phase of this autism initiative. But again, all I can say is, we're doing everything we can and having constant, regular communication with all of our partners, all of our hotels, the airports, about, ensuring that all the safety protocols are in place.
Thank you. And then we have some more questions. This should be for Adam. While I don't want to challenge your estimation of recovery, haven't the improvements in virtual meeting technology created a challenge?
It's a great point, and it's something we take on board as well. That if you compare it to where I referenced 2008, 2009, when people were predicting the meetings wouldn't return because of virtual meeting technology. The reality is the technology is a lot better now than it was a decade ago. But I think that the prevailing force in this is that face-to-face meetings do have a value that is irreplaceable. One of the analogies that I use, for what this is worth, is my company, the company I run. We're doing fine in the sense that we're working really well together, not together. But the reason that it's working as well as it is because we have worked together before this for a long time. And And so we have a certain amount of equity that we built up that we're now able to run off of for some period of time, but it's not an inexhaustible amount of equity. And so a meeting like this has sort of the same dynamic. Many of you know each other and you've met together in the past. And so it makes a meeting like this kind of work, but that's not something that has, eternal shelf life. Eventually you have to, go back and reinvest in relationships and the benefit in terms of how you can engage in content, of course, build partnerships and all of the things that are associated with meeting in person. I think that ultimately will be proven irreplaceable, but I take your comment, I think is an important one to bear in mind that, as we go through 2021, a lot of meetings are going to continue to be in this, even ones that return are going to be or offer a hybrid option. And so, as I think, particularly as we get through the crisis, it'll be interesting to see if hybrid stays with us. And, and I think it's certainly something to watch and, it really, connects to the validity of your point that the technology is going to be a factor to some degree.
Thank you. Then we have, what are you hearing from the airline industry?
Oh my. The airline industry has done, I think, a really great job at, just completely altering its entire approach to the flying experience in terms of safety protocol. And the latest research shows flying is indeed quite safe. And so I commend them for that. With air travel down 70%, there's only so much you can do though. And, in talking to airline executives, their view is that, they're ready to bring planes back. I mean, they've completely restructured to get through this. And so, that's, massive layoffs and furloughs, of course, and planes being, parked for extended periods of time, but they're positioned and absolutely ready to put routes back on as demand recovers. So, we're likely looking at, that second half of the year as we see air travel rebound in a significant way.
And then we have time for one more question. If you sent in a question and it didn't get answered live, please send an email to kate@visitmesa.com and I can make sure it gets answered by the correct person. So just for the sake of time, we will only answer one more with Adam. And then this is, hey Adam, what about the Phoenix area / Mesa area that has helped keep tourism number higher here than other areas of the country?
Yeah, and there are a couple things, and Marc, I'd be happy for you to add to this since you've been involved in that success. But one of them really is, if you look at cases per million in the region, they were really low in the beginning part of the crisis. So that supported kind of the early days, those first few months, and then while there was a bit of a spike in the summer, you got it down again really quick into the latter part of the summer and into the fall. And I think that's been one of the factors. The other factor is, you've got a very loyal customer base, people that be it from drive markets or fly markets that are familiar with the destination and eager to be part of it. So, those are the two things that come to mind. I don't know, Marc, if there's anything else that would kind of mark the comparative success in your mind.
I would agree with everything that you've just said. I would also say that here in Mesa, we're a leisure market. And not only that, we're a leisure market that, that lends itself nicely to being outdoors. I would argue we're the outdoor recreational capital of the Metro Phoenix market, with our hundreds of miles of biking and hiking trails, the Salt River literally running through Mesa, and then being the gateway to the Tonto National Forest. And during this whole period, people have wanted to
be able to experience a destination, get outdoors and do things, but in a safe way. And our destination is perfect for that. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've been able to hold steady as much as possible. And the reason why we're performing maybe a little better than some of our counterparts here in Maricopa County.
Thank you. And I think that's it. We will, like I said, send any questions to kate@visitmesa.com. Thank you so much, Adam, for joining us today. To everyone, this will be recorded and we can get this sent out as well as any slides that Adam has provided. We will jump into a 5-minute intermission and then we will have we'll meet with our sales team. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, everyone.
In 2019, Mesa's hospitality industry was performing at an all-time high. Visit Mesa collaborated with Tourism Economics to conduct market research to measure the economic impact from visitor spending. The findings would serve as a valuable tool to better inform policymakers and city planners who could use the data to make more strategic decisions regarding funding and prioritization of tourism-related development. We learned that visitor spending does in fact support local jobs, increase wages, generate taxes, and improve Mesa's GDP within a variety of sectors. In 2019, the number of visits to Mesa increased to 4.7 million visits. Spending increased 5.5% to nearly $580 million from the year before. That's an average of $1.6 million spent per day. The $580 million was distributed throughout many different business sectors of Mesa. Spending on lodging and food and beverage accounted for 60% of the total increase. Visitors also supported job growth in other industries, such as healthcare and education, construction, personal services, as well as real estate, finance, and insurance. We are happy to report that visitor spending is trending upward at an annual growth rate of 6%. And between 2018 and 2019 alone, visitor spending in Mesa increased by $30 million. When you include indirect and induced impacts, visitor spending generated just over $1 billion in total business sales in Mesa during that time. Direct employment generated by visitor dollars has grown 15% since 2015, exceeding 5,000 hospitality-related jobs held in 2019. In 2019, tourism in Mesa generated $181 million in direct income, growing to $323 million when the broader indirect and induced impacts are considered. Incredibly, 7,774 jobs were sustained by the tourism industry in Mesa in 2019, which included 5,154 jobs from direct visitor spending and 2,620 indirect and induced jobs. Visitor spending in Mesa generated $139 million in tax revenues in 2019, with $71 million accruing to state and local governments. The majority of tourism-related business sales transactions occurred in industries directly serving visitors. $57 million in sales took place in finance, insurance, and real estate sector as a result of selling to tourism businesses. Local households would need to be taxed an additional $400 to replace the visitor taxes received by state and local governments in 2019. The $71 million in state and local taxes generated by tourism would cover the average salaries of over 1,250 public school teachers in Mesa, or cover the average salaries of over 1,370 public safety jobs in Mesa. We were pleased by the findings and to see that Mesa's visitor industry is vital to the economy and future growth of our city and benefits all of our residents and businesses. To learn more about the power of travel, go to visitorsmeanbusiness.com.
Great. All right. You are ready to go.
All right, good morning. So we're going to kick off session 2 with presentations from the sales team, from myself, from national sales, and from sports sales. My counterpart Suzanne will be up after me. Thank you very much, Mr. Sachs. Those were some invaluable information that you have provided to us about our industry and the current state it is. We have seen some challenging times in the past few months, for sure. So my name is David Kolozar. I'm the Director of National Sales here at Visit Mesa. I joined the organization about a year ago, and it's been a fun ride for sure. Today I'm going to go over the role of the National Sales Department, the meeting planning process. I'm going to be providing you with a sort of 101 level, very palatable information of how meetings are planned, what are the critical steps that meeting planners take, and how Visit Mesa helps them, along with our key hotel partners. We're also going to be talking about our business development. I'm going to touch on some key points, how we go after business, how do we promote our hotels and our meeting venues here in the city of Mesa. And then we're going to go over our travel calendar for the current fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2020 and 2021. And then we're going to touch on our special department, the conference service department that serves and assists both national sales and sports sales. And then we can't really avoid the elephant in the room. We're going to be talking about COVID-19, the impacts it had, and the recovery as we see it fit and as we see it develop and evolve into 2021. So like I said, my name is David Kolozar. I'm the Director of National Sales here at Visit Mesa. Again, thank you for joining us. So what our department does, National Sales promotes Mesa hotels and meeting venues to small and mid-sized groups. We define, and I think our hoteliers that are on the call or on this meeting with us agree that we define groups at 10 rooms, guest rooms, and above. That's where hotels start to negotiate group room rates. And all the way through 50 guest rooms, we will define them as small meetings. And then anything between 50 rooms to 175 rooms, we'll define those groups as mid-sized to large groups. That's basically the bread and butter of our market with our hotels currently in the city of Mesa. So our primary targets for national sales, markets that we go after, are meetings, corporate meetings, incentive travel for corporations, conventions, and large exhibitions. They're also known by the acronym of MICE, very catchy. We also go after association business. Think of your Arizona Nurse Practitioners, the Arizona Highway Association. Mesa has a really deep root with armed forces. So military reunions are really attracted to our city. We have great attractions such as the Arizona Commemorative Air Force Museum. There is just south of Falcon Field Airport. And then we also go after education and non-for-profit market. Education, think of Benedictine University, which has a headquarters in Mesa, or Mesa Community College, which hosts various events throughout the year at their Performing Arts Center, and also non-for-profit organizations such as Salvation Army, which are scheduled to meet here in the city of Mesa next fall. All right, so I'm going to be going over, like I said, a very basic, palatable understanding of how meeting planners plan their meetings, and we're going to explain the process. So what typically happens, the first step is for meeting planners to put together a request for proposal, also known as RFP. This document typically includes the arrival pattern of the group, whether it be Monday through Wednesday or Wednesday through Friday. Typical corporate meetings last for 2 to 3 days. It also includes the number of guest rooms they need each night for the group. It also includes the meeting space. It goes into details whether it be there will be a general session along with breakout rooms or just a general session, and meals served in the general session or outside of the general session. So it touches on key points of how much meeting space is required for this particular meeting. And it also has a list of concessions that our meeting planners are asking for. It could be a certain amount of attrition that is basically slippage from the number of contracted guest rooms compared to the actualized guest rooms. So once that document is ready for distribution, meeting planners typically send it to either directly to us, to the DMO, or they use a online platform. A very popular online platform, I'd say about 80 to 95% of the meeting planners use Cvent. Cvent provides all the built-in information about destinations, about hotels. All the hotels and destinations have a current updated profile, so meeting planners know what the hotels in a certain market are capable of when it comes to their meetings and their groups. So once the meeting planner sends out the proposal or the request for proposal or the RFP, venues typically sign on to Cvent, or they get the request for proposal directly from us, or simultaneously they get it from us. We have a large Cvent present. We actually have a 2-diamond level, which actually puts us above the average hotel or destination in the market. We also have an add feature on Cvent, which allows us to, if a meeting planner searches our area, the greater Phoenix area, whether it be Phoenix, Scottsdale, or Tempe, we come up, Mesa, City of Mesa comes up as an option for meeting planners to source their meeting to. So once that's being sent out and distributed, hotels typically confirm their availability on Cvent, and they work on a personalized proposal. That proposal includes guest room rates. It also includes the food and beverage minimum, which is based on the number of meal periods the meeting planner is planning for this particular meeting. And it also includes basically a reply to their request for concessions. And meeting planners have hotels have two options. They can send it directly to the meeting planner, or they can, based on the meeting planner's preference, they can also request from Visit Mesa to compile all the information from all the hotels into a document. And what we typically do is we supplement the document with a simple itinerary. So we work on a 2 or 3 day itinerary for each meeting that details the arrival of the group, all the way from the arrival through the execution of the event, all the way through the departure of the group. And then Visit Mesa compiles all that information and sends it on to the meeting planner. So we provide basically a one-stop shop for meeting planners and for our hotel partners as well. Once the meeting planners have received the RFPs, they typically determine a choice of their top 3 hotels. And then they really start into the negotiation process, the nitty-gritty of maybe renegotiating group room rates, maybe actually asking for more concessions, or working on the flow of the event. And then once they worked and figured everything out in the RFP process, then it comes to every hotelier's dream, to the execution of that group agreement. And once the agreement is executed, the group arrives, they stay in our market for 2 to 3 days. They spend their money at the hotel and outside of the hotel, and the group concludes. And the last step in the meeting planning process is sending out a group survey, post-group survey. And we also, with that survey, we also re-solicit the groups for future years. The best group is a repeat group. We try to build a loyal followership, a loyal meeting planners that are following us throughout the years, and they just keep coming back to us. Okay, so now we covered the meeting planning process. We're going to go on to how does Visit Mesa go after business. So one of our key initiative when it comes to finding new business are trade shows. We typically attend 2 to 3 trade shows a year. These trade shows have an educational component to it, but the most important aspect of every trade show is an appointment-based reverse trade show, or not reverse trade show, where we actually get to meet with the meeting planners face to face, which, you know, I'm not gonna lie, we miss that aspect of our day-to-day operation. We haven't attended a trade show since, I believe, since January. But once we get to that point where we're able to meet face to face and attend trade shows, which is coming up here pretty soon, what we typically do is we set up appointments with meeting planners, and we actually sell the destination. We talk to them about our key hotel partners. What differentiates us, Visit Mesa, and our city is that from a Scottsdale or from the Phoenix of the world, we're a very easy destination. We have about 4 to 5 hotels that are specializing in group meetings and group events. And we have a convention center that is about 45,000 square feet of indoor meeting space and plenty of outdoor meeting space. So it's easy for meeting planners to understand and really sell our destination on during these trade shows. We also go on sales missions. We go to, on an average, in a typical year, about 1 to 2, perhaps 3 sales missions. These are more, this is a more targeted approach. What we like to do is go into cities and areas that are highly concentrated with the headquarters of national associations or corporate accounts. You know, think of Washington, D.C., where a lot of government planners are located, or Chicago, where there's a good mix of both corporate planners and association planners. So what Visit Mesa does, we put together an itinerary of about 2 to 3 days with calls to meeting planners. We take them out to lunch. So we provide a business environment where Visit Mesa can discuss future meetings in a very relaxed environment. And on these sales missions, we also open these up to hotels. And we typically take 1 to 2 hotels, director of sales or sales managers that come with us on these sales missions and really allow them the exposure to these corporate meeting and association meeting planners. We also have, you know, part of our business development are straightforward direct inquiries. We do receive direct inquiries from meeting planners that have done business with our city, our destination, or in our destination, or with our hotels with the help of Visit Mesa. And I touched on earlier C-Event. C-Event, we do have a 2 diamond level presence currently, which allows us to be placed above the majority of the hotels. And by placing, I mean, as meeting planners go into that marketplace and they look for their next event and they type in Phoenix, you know, we'll be ranked above many hotels and we'll be ranked evenly with many of the destinations here in the greater Phoenix area. And that helps, that exposure helps drive more business to Mesa. Next part of our business development is familiarization tours and site tours. So familiarization tours are a little bit different from site tours. We typically invite about 6 to 10 meeting planners that had expressed interest in the past to Mesa, or actually frequently bring business to our area, whether it be Arizona, California, New Mexico, or Colorado, the surrounding states that we compete against. So we choose a good pool of meeting planners that we invite out for 2 to 3 day visit into the area, and we try to cram as much information as possible into or during their visit, so they have a jam-packed itinerary. Basically from arrival to departure, we're trying to show them every hotel that we have in the market. We try to show them the convention center. We try to show them off-site attractions, you know, Marc touched on it earlier. We are the gateway to Tonto National Forest. We actually, Salt River runs through Mesa directly. We have, like he said, hundreds of miles of bike and hike trails. And we also have some great and unique venues, such as, like I mentioned before, the Arizona Commemorative Air Force Museum, or the Olive or the Queen Creek Olive restaurant and olive mill that is frequently visited during our fam tours. Now, on the other side, site tours are a little bit more targeted. Site tours, we typically fly out meeting planners that already have an active RFP and are in the midst of negotiations with several hotels in Mesa. And we're more targeted in our approach. So we actually set up a itinerary that focuses on the hotel that is bidding for that current meeting. We typically fly in the meeting planner and tour the hotel property, tour the meeting space, introduce them to the director of sales and the sales team at each hotel. So they get to know one another, and they can work out the various questions that the meeting planners have. And it's more targeted in nature, that there's already an opportunity on the table for hotels. And lastly, business intelligence. We have several platforms that we subscribe to. One is Noland, which is a digital reader board service. Think of hotels used to display their scheduled events daily in their lobby. So what Noland does, they go in and gather the information from each hotel, and then they upload it into their online platform, where we go in and mine for data, and we find out what groups and what associations, what meetings are happening in the market, and we use that resource and that information to make warm calls to these organizations and introduce our hotels, our city to them, and advocate for their meeting to come to Mesa next time they are in the market. We also have Mint, which is more specialized, an online platform that is created strictly for DMOs. It's a partnership. It's a nationwide partnership. DMOs actually self-report group and information about groups in there. So it's a great online platform to mine for data and make targeted calls to groups. And then we also heavily rely on our past history, our CRM, who met in the past 3 to 5 years in Mesa. So we continue to re-solicit those groups. All right, so let's talk about our travel calendar. So just like anyone else, we have to make some changes to our approach. Our focus for this current fiscal year is more regional meetings, more in-town events, and events and trade shows that are drivable. So we have an upcoming annual partner meeting with HPN. I'm very excited about that. Like I said, we haven't attended any trade shows since January. So this upcoming event will be early December. Visit Mesa will have a presence there. I will be attending the show myself, along with, for now, about anything between 40 to 60 HBN agents that represent various clients, whether it be corporate, association, business, non-for-profit. So we're going to be convening at the Omni in Scottsdale for 3 days. There will be an educational aspect of it, like we talked about, how trade shows work, and there will be also a opportunity for one-on-one meetings with meeting planners and then talk business and talk shop, and hopefully it will result in future bookings come 2021. The National Sales Department had also attended some local meetings with HMSAI and Arizona chapter back in June, and also with the Arizona Society of Association Executives. We just recently attended their November annual luncheon, where we had talked to industry leaders and also some association heads and meeting planners, just to get a feeling of where they are at with their meeting planning process. And then later on this summer, we're scheduled to travel to Colorado to attend the Military Union Network Annual Education Summit. where we'll have exposure to about 30, on average 30 meeting planners that plan for that specific reunion market. All right, so let's touch on conference services. We have a special department dedicated just to service our groups that are coming to our hotels or coming to our convention center, or actually coming to our fields to play any kind of tournament. So this department works both with sports and with national sales, and they provide additional services to our groups, such as they help with transportation needs. They can also help with infrastructure of the meeting. They can actually provide on-site registration assistance. Some of the meeting planners, they don't actually travel with the group that they book. So sometimes they rely on us, on Visit Mesa, to help with the registration on the first few days of every meeting. They also coordinate and play a critical role in coordination of our familiarization tours and our sight and see tours. They work on detailed agendas and itineraries, and they basically set up both of our departments for success. And then lastly, this is added to their to-do list just recently. They also report on our key performance indicators, which is crucial moving forward. So they have their hands full. All right, so let's talk about the pandemic. As everyone know, our industry was humming along, and it came to a screeching halt right around mid-March, as we're receiving cancellations of various high-profile events. Unfortunately, Mesa wasn't immune to those, so really came to a complete sudden stop in April, and groups and hotels were trying to figure out what to do, how to recover, and how to save meetings moving forward. So early on, we saw a lot of groups that were canceling or teetering on canceling, and then with the help of our hotels and Visit Mesa, we're able to actually convince them to, instead of cancel, to addend their contracts and move it into later part of the year or move it into 2021. So let's just give you some numbers about national sales. Followed about, and then we're involved about 60,000 room nights, a little bit over 60,000 room nights in cancellations. And out of the 60,000 room nights, we're able to reschedule and save close to 2,500 to 3,000 room nights. So those groups have been rebooked for 2021 and beyond. We also, Marc touched on this earlier, and I think there was a Facebook comment about what our destination did to prepare to meet again and meet in a safe environment. So what we've done, we put our heads together, all the departments here, and we called a meeting with our hoteliers, and then came up with a guideline, which we called Mesa Clean Stay. We talked to the hoteliers. They're already up and running. They were following CDC guidelines. They were following the local health department's guidelines, the city guidelines. And in addition to that, another layer added on with their representative, with their flags and their brands. They each launched initiatives to make sure that their environment is clean and safe. So what we did, we combined all those together in a palatable form, and we came up with those guidelines, and have been promoting that to meeting planners that had expressed concerns about health for obvious reasons. And their number two concerns for meeting planners was finances. They didn't know how their finances are going to look like when it comes to meetings for 2021. So we put together and relaunched our promotion. So now we have a very aggressive campaign where groups can actually get up to close to $5,000 in credits to their master account to help put Mesa above the competition and help our meeting planners. All right, so that basically wraps up our presentation for the national sales side. I'm going to be turning it over to my counterpart, Suzanne Cecil. She heads in our sports sales operation, and she'll have some exciting updates for you to listen to.
Hello, everyone. My name is Suzanne Cecil, and I'm the Director of Sports Sales here at Visit Mesa. Thank you, David, for the intro. In my role, I sell Mesa as an ideal destination for youth and amateur sports groups. The focus here is primarily placed on those groups that will bring overnight hotel business into the city, whether through training or competition. I'd like to start by giving a little bit of a background on Mesa's positioning as a youth sports destination, some of our key assets, our facilities, who our groups are. I will also cover how we source new business and what we do once they come to town and how we help them with our group services as well, and everything that happens after they leave town. As I stated, Mesa is recognized nationally as a top-level youth and amateur sports destination. At the end of the 2018-2019 fiscal year, I closed the year with just over 29,000 hotel rooms that could be attributed to the business on which I and Visit Mesa had assisted. This also came out roughly to 18,000 individual visitors who were using those hotel rooms. This helps give you just a small sense of the impact sporting events has here on the city in a more traditional year. As mentioned throughout today's presentation, before myself and after, these teams, families, and coaches that are coming to Mesa for their sporting event and tournament are also spending their visitor dollars around town at other local businesses, on other local services. Arizona as a whole is an extremely attractive destination for large-scale events, as we've seen over the last decade and beyond, with Super Bowls, Final Four championship weekends, Waste Management Open, and so many other annual events around the Valley. Visit Mesa is the only destination marketing organization in the Valley with someone on staff solely focused on sports sales, whereas in the other offices, my counterparts split their time with sports as well as working with meeting and convention groups. With that said, though, we work really well together and as a state as a whole. It's fairly common in the sports market to have annual groups that use facilities and hotels in 2 or more of the Valley cities simply due to the size and scope of their event. When this happens, I work closely with my counterparts in selling the destination as a whole, while also providing the same levels of service and attention we strive to achieve in Mesa at all times. Ultimately, our fundamental belief here in the state is that we would rather have an event land in Arizona rather than elsewhere, so that those visitor dollars are coming to our state and our community. So when Mesa is unable to accommodate our group's requests for whatever reason, I reach out to my counterparts around the Valley and check with them first, as they do with me. There have been several pieces of business referred to Mesa from our friends around the state, and this has been especially true this year during COVID-19, as so many things are constantly in motion. When looking at Mesa and where we excel, it's important to understand the types of events that are taking place as well as where they're taking place. We work with a wide variety of sports organizers, but Mesa's real bread and butter are golf, baseball, and aquatics. I'm sure most viewers will easily understand why. Arizona itself is a large golfing destination, and it makes us a prime spot for all types of golf championships, tour stops, and youth competition. We work with several courses within the Mesa borders, but Longbow Golf Club as Mesa Community College's home course and Las Sendas Golf Club as the home course for Benedictine University in Mesa are 2 of our frequent tournament hosts. When it comes to baseball, most people immediately think of our Cubs and the Oakland Athletics, along with their 2 facilities in town. While I don't work on anything tied directly to spring training, I do work closely with both major league teams, as well as the city, to help the external groups rent those stadiums and practice facilities when they're not in use by the major league baseball teams. It's one more way to maximize the premier facilities we have and make sure that we're getting the return on investment of those facilities. We also have a few other baseball complexes around town, including Red Mountain Baseball Complex and Gene Autry, that are in constant demand every weekend all year. Lastly, with regard to aquatics, Keno and Skyline Aquatic Centers are both Olympic-sized, state-of-the-art facilities that have consistently hosted national championships. We've had quite a few Olympic athletes come through our pools, and they're in high demand among local and national aquatic sports as well. Now, this isn't to say we don't see our fair share of other sporting events such as soccer, flag football, pickleball, tennis, and lacrosse, because we do. Currently, Mesa's largest facility with multi-purpose fields, also known as soccer fields, is the Red Mountain Soccer Complex with 6 fields. Now, while 6 fields may seem like a lot of fields, unfortunately, for many youth and amateur sporting groups, it really isn't big enough to host the type of event they're looking to do. Often, these groups will then need to utilize other complexes around Mesa, which then spreads out their resources, both personnel and financially. So it's a very difficult sell, but they will also base their events out of the larger facilities in Phoenix and Scottsdale and use Mesa as overflow, which it's always great to have the business here, but we like to be the primary host to capture as much of those visitor dollars as we can. As well, in general, we don't do a large number of indoor sport events such as basketball, volleyball, cheer, wrestling, and martial arts due to a lack of acceptable indoor facility for such sports. We have some rec centers and we've got great high school gyms around Mesa. They're just not large enough to host these type of events. As for who the clients and the groups are, there's a wide variety of event organizers that host their events here in Mesa and the East Valley. Typical clients include the national governing bodies. These are organizations that govern and administer a sport on a national basis. So think the Olympic sports, USA Water Polo, USA Artistic Swimming, USA Rugby, and so on. That also applies to student athletics as well. Most people are familiar with the National Collegiate Athletic Association, or the NCAA. However, NCAA is not the only collegiate governing body. Mesa Community College, for example, is a member of the National Junior College Athletic Association, the NJCAA, and Benedictine University here in Mesa belongs to the National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics, NAIA. There are a lot of acronyms in sports, so stick with me. I will often work with those 2 specific schools and their respective governing bodies to host conference and national championships. The large majority of groups we're working with, though, are privately owned organizations that focus on high school and younger competitions in their respective sports. In addition to understanding our key assets and our clients, we can also identify the flow of annual business based on the calendar. Mesa's event calendar is based on many factors, but weather certainly plays a big part. Fortunately, our Arizona sunshine is a huge draw and a large reason why so many of these sporting groups want to be here, as well as all of our other visitors. Our higher temperatures in the summer create for a slower season than in most other areas of the country. In the youth sports tourism market, summer is obviously a very big time of year for events and tournaments, given that kids are off of school. We will see activity in the beginning of the summer, but as we get closer and into July and August, when we hit our triple digits, it's just too difficult to have the kids out in the field. So we really slow down during that time. It also obviously reflects our general visitor season in that way. The fall through to the early winter has always had fairly solid, consistent business, and we're seeing that again this year. Mid-January to mid-June is when we really see our heavy activity. This coincides with spring training and our annual snowbird visitors, but it's also a reflection of the key sports we do. Again, baseball, golf, and aquatics, all which tend to hold their championships in the spring. It can also make running an event during that time, though, challenging because of the reduced hotel availability and the increased rates, given all of the other visitors that are in town. So here at Visit Mesa, we work to incentivize and financially support groups that are bringing business in our slower months, like summer, early fall, over the December holiday season, because we also know our local businesses and partners need that revenue and are going to benefit from that event being in town during that time. Again, the fact that most of these events are taking place during the school year, we're seeing most events and sporting events take place on the weekend. More likely than not, teams and families are coming into town on Friday afternoon. They're playing Saturday and Sunday and going back home after games finish on Sunday. For holiday weekends or early summer events, or those events that might be working with adult amateur groups that are a little bit longer in pattern for competition, both Visit Mesa and the event organizer like to provide information on what else to do around town, as well as the state, as a way of promoting it also as a vacation in addition to the competition they're coming into town for. Now that we understand a bit more on the who and the what, I'd love to tell you more about how we go about securing this business. As David mentioned earlier, a big item for me as well is trade shows and sales missions. One of the most common resources for finding new events is by traveling to my industry trade shows or setting up these dedicated sales missions. In a typical year, I generally travel to 5 to 6 trade shows to meet with clients. This past year, due to COVID, a lot of the in-person industry conferences have been canceled or changed to virtual. So I have had the opportunity to participate in virtual events and hopefully looking forward to getting back on the road in 21. In addition to the education sessions on industry best practices and new ideas at these trade shows, we're also having pre-scheduled meetings with organizers. It's like speed dating, where the organizers are placed at their tables and every 10 minutes or so, a destination is moving through, and it gives both sides the opportunity to learn more about the destination, but also the event, to make sure that this will really be a good fit for both parties involved and whether they want to pursue and go after a working relationship. Historically, our sports sales missions have focused on Colorado Springs for the sports market. This is where many of the national governing bodies for Olympic sports are headquartered, as well as Indianapolis, where the NCAA is based, and some other NGBs. We often have groups that also come directly to Visit Mesa with their inquiries, or they will go to the City of Mesa's Parks and Recreation Department to look for field availability, and then I work closely with the city on getting that group's information and following up on all the other needs they might have related to their event. Mesa has a very strong reputation within the sports tourism market. So many groups are already familiar with our facilities, and based on their own individual business plan, they want to be in Arizona, so they're pursuing us. Familiarization trips and site visits, this also happens in the sports market. It's another resource available to securing this business. And as discussed earlier, a fam trip is more about showing off the destination as a whole. It's especially useful for those clients that may not have visited Arizona before, or they haven't been to Mesa specifically. It's a great tool to also get to know the client better. Traditionally, I've partnered with my counterparts in Tempe and Scottsdale every year to host a fam trip for anywhere from 5 to 8 clients during spring training. And it's a great time. We go to the games in each of our participating cities. We visit our venues, our hotels, our facilities, but we're really also showing them the fun off-field activities such as horseback riding, kayaking the river. This way we get to show the organizers what else their participants and their teams can do when they're here in town. When we have a client already focused on Mesa, and for a particular event, and they know that they want to be here, but they just need to get it dialed in a bit more, I'm going to bring them in for a site visit. This is where we can get more focused and show the specific venue they'd be using, meet with hotels that could be considered for their host hotel. We also are able to then sit down with other Visit Mesa team members and local partners who are going to be vital in actually helping with the event once it's here in town. And this leads me to my next part, the local organizing committees and bid packets. This is a big piece of the sports market that's a little bit different from the other markets. Meeting with these local partners and having sustainable relationship with our local community is so vital for hosting sporting events here in Mesa. For many of these larger national championship events, the organizer is going to put out what we call a bid packet. They're essentially asking destinations to submit proposals on hosting the event and what that would look like in each of their respective destinations, so that the organizer can compare multiple locations for one event at the same time. I connect with the necessary local groups, whether that's going to be the city, Mesa Public Schools, the higher education institutes, or perhaps even just the local sporting club. All of the people who will need to be a part of making this event successful if it were to come to Mesa. We form what's called the Local Organizing Committee, the LOC, and then we work together to compile our bid so that we can provide answers to the event organizer on everything they're asking about, from venue specifications, square footage, ceiling height, seating, parking, airport details. Having 2 airports within 15 minutes of downtown Mesa is a huge sell for sporting groups. We also will provide what the anticipated hotel rates for that event would be, and any other pieces that the LOC might be willing to commit to, whether that is sponsor dollars, in-kind donations to offset rental costs, providing volunteers, signage, promotion, and so much more. Bids themselves are typically sourced anywhere from 2 years or further out. The bid process itself takes a lot of time. The first step is submitting the bid, and then the organizer will narrow down to finalists. Most likely they'll want to then follow up with a site visit in town with those final few destinations so they can put eyes on all of the destinations before making that final determination. They then award the winning destination. So we might bid for several events within the same year and not have those events actually actualize and come into fruition for 3 to 4 years out. So it's a longer sales cycle. The majority of the other groups we're working with, though, they like to keep their annual dates the same. They want to tell their teams and participants, same time, same place next year. And so for that, they're typically requesting 1 year out to the date. So once we know the event is definite and it's coming to Mesa, the hotel blocks have been secured, our sport organizers are also handed over to our group services department. They are there to help facilitate with any other aspect of the event that might need to take place while here in market. So often this is the area that really helps Mesa shine. For sports groups, they travel and they run events all over the entire country. Fields start to look the same, airports start to look the same, hotels might be the same, but people are really going to remember the other pieces that set us apart and put us above and beyond what other destinations are doing for them. Group services is key in making introductions between the client and local partners that will help make the event more successful. They'll also put out service requests and compile the details for the client so we can present to the client several options for them to make the determination on whether that's rentals, transportation quotes, offsite dining, and more. Some of the most common services that we provide include on-site registration help. So being at the table and helping check in those teams, check in those coaches, hand out the lanyards and the gift bags. We will often do welcome signage at the hotel and the facilities, whether banners, we've wrapped elevators, we've put sidewalk or wall clings on. We often will drop gift bags filled with local Mesa treats in the hotel rooms for the VIPs or the coaches or the staff upon arrival. We also often work with our local dining options to provide either discounts for a specific group when they're in town. We've even, during the past 6 months, as we've had some events come back through town during the pandemic, we've set up delivery options with some of our local partners, helping bring that business to our local partners while also servicing a need for the event itself. We also help with volunteers, and social media promotion is another big area. We always want to do as much as we can to make sure that our community knows what groups are coming into town, what's taking place, and to be a part of it if it's open to the public. Group services also assists in setting the agendas for the fam trips and the site tours. They'll assist with setting up that client travel right from the beginning to make sure that everything is running smoothly. When we have a client in town for a fam trip or a site tour, we want to do all that we can to focus just on their needs and what we need to do to be able to secure that piece of business. And so group services really makes that easy for us. Lastly, they also help tremendously with what happens after the event. When an event leaves town here, it's not simply over for us. I use group services to also compile the event reporting following an event so we can assess the economic impact of this event, which helps Visit Mesa and myself understand if we want to pursue this event again, how was the return on investment that we might have put out there. But they're also conducting follow-up surveys with the client themselves. We love reoccurring business and annual groups. And so it's vital to know how their experience went working with Visit Mesa and the city of Mesa to be sure that we can get that business back. And then lastly, just to cover a little bit of how COVID-19 has had an impact on youth sports and what we're looking at right now and going forward. As with most businesses, sports shut down in Mesa in the middle of March, and our athletic fields closed for competition. They did not reopen until September 1st. During that time when we were closed down, there was constant communication going on with our clients in terms of either trying to reschedule them, find alternative dates, and or help them potentially even move into another location if that was what was needed at the time. We were the first of the larger Arizona cities to reopen for tournaments, again on September 1st. There are restrictions and guidelines set in place right now by the city for all groups using facilities. Some of those pieces include limited attendance size and spectator size, mask mandates, encouraging social distancing and frequent hand washing and hand sanitization. We've also seen a shift as well to the regional or statewide based events right now versus some of those larger national championships. Again, this is a trend around the country as people are staying close to home in general and driving places as we start to, until we can build back up that confidence in the airline travel. Going forward with youth sports, we're also going to be impacted directly by what's happening in a few key areas. The first being school athletics. As high school and college athletics either delay or cancel their seasons, this obviously has a trickle-down effect as well into the sports club movement and what they're able to do. As well as if a school is shut down and not renting their facilities, it might have an impact on an event from a facility standpoint. As well as the Olympics, the Summer Olympics scheduled now for next year in Tokyo. When that was in question this summer and then eventually delayed, that caused the national governing bodies to have to reassess their entire training schedule as they prepare and get ready to travel for the Olympics. And so it's really moved around the calendar quite a bit. The last piece being the national travel restrictions. A team has to keep in mind that if they were to potentially have to quarantine when they return home from traveling to a specific destination and or going to an event and destination that might have a quarantine in place, it's all things that they kind of have to keep in mind as they're building out their schedules for that. With that said, however, since reopening, the demand has been high and we're receiving requests constantly to check on field availability every weekend, especially as other cities and states remain closed or limited in their allowances. There's been a lot of business coming from California and Nevada, and it's been truly encouraging to see the well thought out safety mitigation plans developed in the industry and the real desire to keep kids playing and keep doing it safely as possible. Please feel free to reach out with any questions you might have on any of these topics. And I thank you so much for allowing me to share with you today on sports.
Hit the next slide. Mm-hmm. Great. We will be answering any Q&A right now. Let's see if we have anything in the chat. Okay, 1 second. Chat. Okay, we have one question. What can the Mesa community do to get more involved in some of these sporting events?
Yeah, great question. Again, like I said, we do our best to continually promote any of the events coming into town on our calendar of events on our website, as well as the Visit Mesa Sports Instagram handle. Honestly, if you wanted to be involved in from a volunteer standpoint, we always welcome volunteers and you can simply reach out from that. But really, if your business might be able to be used by a sporting group, whether you have rentals or transportation, contact us about being a partner. And as well, for all of the public events, we love to have people in the seats, whether it's our baseball championships or our pickleball championships, coming out and supporting the event in person. It gives it that much bigger sense of arrival and a big event, and people are so much more excited to return to a destination where the community is welcoming them and engaged and involved.
Great. We had a question. Did you have any updates on spring training games? Will fans be allowed to watch?
I do not have any updates on that either. I think, to be quite honest, I think it's very fluid at this time, and I wouldn't be surprised that we would learn a little bit closer to traditional opening day about what those policies are going to be in place. I think between the city and Major League Baseball in general, or I should really say the Valley and Major League Baseball, there's going to be probably a lot of evaluation of what the next couple of months brings us in that sense.
And then have you heard anything about the news from California, Washington, Oregon, requesting folks to quarantine for 14 days if they leave and come back to the state? Has that affected sports yet?
It has affected some sports. And that's kind of what I mentioned in one of my last comments about the travel restrictions. We're still seeing teams traveling. As states are starting to put those into place, though, it's making teams be hesitant. So, for example, we have an event happening here in December. It's a smaller event, but there are some teams that were coming from California, and now it looks like maybe not as many of those California teams are going to make the trip. But they're also working with the event organizer on trying to be able to make those decisions a little bit closer to event date than they historically might have been allowed before, just in case there are any changes so that they can be involved in it. People want to be playing, people want to be participating. They just need to, want to be on top of also what is best for them in their local community.
Great. And then we had a question for David. David, are you live? Great.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Do you think COVID is going to change how group meetings are carried out even once a vaccine is available?
That's a good question. I think companies have made a lot of investment in being able to meet virtually online. So we'll have to take that into consideration. But at the same time, like Adam was referencing that earlier in his presentation, the desire to meet in person, I think it's going to prevail at some point. As vaccine becomes more widely available, distributed, therapeutics are getting better. I think more folks are going to be more willing to attend meetings, and eventually, I think face-to-face will take over. And we'll go back to what we've seen in 2019. However many years is it going to take? I mean, who knows? I mean, in the past 2 weeks, most of our case numbers here in this state had doubled. So that always plays with the psyche of face-to-face events and then the traveler. But I think eventually we'll get back to what we deem normal in prior to 2020. Aside from all the investments that these companies have made in terms of being able to meet virtually.
Thank you, David. Okay, so we are going to head into another quick intermission, and then we will hear from Kimberly Forrest, the Senior Vice President of Visitor Marketing. So, 1 second.
I need something to relate to. Come on. Tell me what that thing can be. I need somewhere to escape to. Mesa, that's where I feel free. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. I come from a city where the sun's out. Pretty people having fun now. Salt River in the summer or the springtime, yeah. But we chillin' in the meantime. First certified autism destination. See that there makes me proud. We equal, it ain't no segregation. Every day I sing that loud. Back to the basics, y'all can't relate. Take a walk in my shoes down Canyon Lake or Saguaro. I need a bike to borrow. Meet me at 6, we gon' hike tomorrow down Hars Trail, and all is well in the Valley of the Sun, my home. Fresh fruity trailer might do me well. It got me eating like a king on my throne. Let's go. Hey. I need something to relate to. Tell me what that thing can be. I need somewhere to escape to. Mesa, that's where I feel free. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. Look, Mesa, in case you didn't know. Resurgent, purpose, pivotal. We evolve and keep it traditional. Cider core got something I'm sipping though. First in the state that's hitting on beat. Listen on, mission on, vision on key. Mesa Town, A stay dripping on me. That's where I wanna be, living my dream like, oh yeah, that's real. Summertime fine, in the winter I chill. Weather so fine, give me something I feel. 9 whole months on the barbecue grill, like 12 West just opened up. A game changer, you know what's up. Hitting Oro or Desert Eagle. If I wanna have brews with my favorite people, go. I need something to relate to. Tell me what that thing can be. I need somewhere to escape to. Mesa, that's where I feel free. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. I'm on my way, Mesa. I'm on my way. Mesa, put your hands together, let's go. I need something to relate to. Come on. Tell me what that thing can be. I need somewhere to escape to. Mesa, that's where I feel free. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. I come from a city where the sun's out. Pretty people having fun now. Salt River in the summer or the springtime, yeah. But we chillin' in the meantime. First certified autism destination. See that there makes me proud. We equal, it ain't no segregation. Every day I sing that loud. Back to the basics, y'all can't relate. Take a walk in my shoes down Canyon Lake or Saguaro. I need a bike to borrow. Meet me at 6, we gon' hike tomorrow down Hars Trail, and all is well in the Valley of the Sun, my home. Fresh fruity trailer might do me well. It got me eating like a king on my throne. Let's go. Hey. I need something to relate to. Tell me what that thing can be. I need somewhere to escape to. Mesa, that's where I feel free. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. Look, Mesa, in case you didn't know. Resurgent, purpose, pivotal. We evolve and keep it traditional. Cider core got something I'm sipping though. First in the state that's hitting on beat. Listen on, mission on, vision on key. Mesa Town, A stay dripping on me. That's where I wanna be, living my dream like, oh yeah, that's real. Summertime fine, in the winter I chill. Weather so fine, give me something I feel. 9 whole months on the barbecue grill, like 12 West just opened up. A game changer, you know what's.
All right, we are back with Kimberly Forrest. And we are on. Okay, so.
Hello, everyone. I am Kimberly Forrest, the Senior Vice President of Visitor Marketing here at Visit Mesa. I have the fun job I get to work with people that are coming to Mesa for holiday. So it's a very good position for me to be in and for me to be able to share with you today exactly what we do in leisure sales and consumer direct marketing. Leisure sales, you know, everyone wants to get away. So it's a given. Want to go someplace and forget your troubles, and we want you to come to Mesa. What I'm going to go through basically is the experience of the traveler. So everyone has resources for travel planning. You know, when they're doing their thoughts, or they're putting their thoughts together to try to decide where it is that they want to travel to. And we work with those resources that people use. So one being a travel agent. You're all familiar with travel agents. You can see one there on the picture. There are also tour operators that put tours together for people to experience a destination as a whole. We also work with receptive operators who are based in the United States, and they provide rooms and rates for tour operators overseas. And then the ever-present online travel agencies, OTAs like Expedia, Travelocity, Orbitz, etc. And then folks like us, destination marketing organizations, and our websites. So they'll access our website. So we make that also a viable tour to actually book their vacation. And of course, we've got referrals from friends and family. So let's take a look at these just one at a time. So there you are. Picture yourself, and you are, the best way for me to describe the process is for it to be you booking your vacation. So you're going to plan travel for a fun vacation or to visit friends and family, commonly referred to as leisure travel. You access multiple resources in your planning process, whether you're planning to drive, fly, or join in on a pre-organized tour. Our job is to interject information on Mesa into those resources through advertising, personal sales calls, and industry trade shows. Okay, so there you are. And you have 3 actual avenues to book a vacation. You can go to a travel agent, and travel agents, in order to stay in business, they make money through commission. So they are paid a 10% commission for booking your holiday. Now, they may reach out to a tour operator on your behalf, and that tour operator will have a package put together, and they'll actually have a hotel rate that's a 20% discount. So it's important. What's important when you're looking at this is to understand the pricing structure of what rates the hotels are actually getting to the operators. So travel agent makes 10%, a tour operator gets a 20% discount because they have to pay that 10% commission to the travel agent, and then they need 10% to stay in business. That's how they make their money. Now, in the international side of business, there is what is called a receptive tour operator. That tour operator actually pulls together rooms and rates from all over the world into a tariff or into a general resource for tour operators overseas to be able to book and pay for rooms. So they will have an even deeper discount of 25 to 30% in order for them to market, to pay the tour operator, to pay the travel agent. So you can kind of take a look at the steps there. Now, you also have the option as a traveler to book through an online travel agent or an OTA, as I mentioned, like Expedia. Now, Expedia is a marketing company. That's what they do. So in order for them to market and spend the millions of dollars on the ads that you see on television or that you hear on the radio, they'll need an 18 to 30% discount, which is similar, obviously, to the receptive operator. Once again, these people are marketing on behalf of our partners. Then you have the destination marketing organization, Visit Mesa, DMO. Now, our website, when people access the website, they're actually linking to Expedia for the best available rate. And so once again, those are commissioned at 18 to 30%. So I hope you can see yourself in this picture. This is really a snapshot of the business orientation of the leisure side of sales. This is just to give you an overview. Now we'll get into the fun stuff. When we are reaching out to partners that are going to be considering Mesa for a destination sell, we work with travel agents through consumer direct digital marketing. So we will communicate with the end user and they'll see our images or they'll hear our message, and then they'll know to go to a travel agent to book their holiday. We also work with the Arizona Office of Tourism on and are listed on their website with wonderful information that directly relates to what Visit Mesa has to offer. On our website, we also have travel professional training pages where the travel agent can actually go in and get additional information on Mesa so that they become educated and they can answer the questions of their clients. We supply AAA and CAA, which is the Canadian Automobile Association, for those of you that don't know. We supply them with visitors guides, both digitally and in hard print. We also encourage the travel agent community to come and visit our destination, and to assist them, we actually will reach out to our hospitality partners, whether it's hotels or attractions or restaurants, to get them a special hospitality rate so that they can come and visit, hopefully with a friend or with a spouse or something like that, so that they can get additional input from them as the way that they feel about the destination. We also work with tour operators. We do that by attending travel shows, oftentimes with partners. We bring hotel partners and we bring other cities with us, and we bring attraction partners to be able to communicate their product directly to the tour operator who is putting the tour product together. We also advertise in brochures with focus on Mesa's unique points of difference. And you all know that Mesa is very, very different than the rest of the cities in the state, but we also have to compete with other destinations that are being just as aggressive as we are in sharing our message. We negotiate Mesa product in placement in brochures and on websites for the different booking engines. We offer and encourage familiarization trips to the destination, either through Visit Mesa or the Arizona Office of Tourism. Product managers are encouraged to visit on a fully paid Mesa experience. So reservationists that work for these companies are also encouraged to visit the destination. Once someone has visited this destination, they understand, and it makes it so much easier for them to sell through and to place our product into their brochures so that people understand our points of difference and how attractive this destination is. We encourage the training of reservation agents. So we actually invite partners to go on missions with us to key overseas countries such as the United Kingdom, Germany, and Switzerland. We do this twice a year, typically. COVID obviously has been a little bit different for us, but in the spring, we'll start picking up these efforts as well. So these are just some examples of tour operator digital advertising. We work with USA Heisen in Germany for this ad. We've done many, but I wanted to just give you an example of what it looks like. And this is actually a visual description and also a content description of Mesa. And of course, that image takes people's breath away, especially in Germany. The other image you see here is one of our training sessions that we did in Switzerland. We actually go into the offices of the different tour operators and travel agents overseas, and we do a presentation and then answer questions for them related to the destination. To be there in person is very, very important because these people are lifelong friends in our industry. In the leisure sales industry, the relationships that we build and that we create are lifelong, and people always know that we're here for them should we need anything at all. Should they need anything, actually. Now, very quickly to go to the receptive operators, these are the third-party folks that I mentioned earlier all of these companies are based in the United States in cities such as Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Orlando, Miami, San Francisco. And we go to those offices to meet with the product managers, and we bring people with us. So on the right-hand side here, you'll see Marnie and Gail Barney, both from Queen Creek, who have traveled with me all over the world. And they're sitting with a client from Germany who came on a fan trip with his staff. So this is just a picture of how it can look for everybody. We encourage the receptive operators to include a section dedicated to Mesa in their tariffs or available bookable hotel offerings. We request that they recommend Mesa brochure inclusion for their tour operator clients overseas. So they're here in the United States, and they encourage their tour operator partners overseas, include Mesa in your product. It's very different. It's very unique. We have all of the hotel rooms available for you to go ahead and block and book and pay for. And we suggest, most importantly, that the key decision makers here in the United States, the product managers and their teams, book a group trip to come and actually see what we have to offer. And we take care of that. Obviously, we reach out to you, the hotel partners, and you, the attraction partners, to complement, to make this complimentary for them, but we manage all of the planning for that. We appreciate your help on that, by the way. Now, the best part of what we do, as far as I'm concerned, because it's something that we can do in real time to affect positive change, is digital marketing. Okay, your world is our oyster. In other words, I know who you are. What's happened now with technology is that it has advanced to the point where I know everything about you, everything about everybody. So I've got Google Analytics that enables me to focus our ads on you, the traveler, based on previous behavior. This is based on previous search behavior and possibly on purchases that you've made in the past. I can also reach you based on your personal information, your age, where you live, whether you're married, single, with or without kids, if you have a dog, when you're online, what type of activities you like, and when you do them. I even know when you're online searching for a holiday. So that enables me to get into your world as a traveler and give you information that you will benefit from based on what you like. So knowing this data, I can serve up those ads that are visually appealing, inspiring, even mind-changing in many, many cases where you might not consider Mesa as a destination, but we'll change your mind once we get you those visuals. It's magic. Technically, it's magic. Notice the call to action on the ads attached: escape now or where to stay. This is a very, very important part of how we do what we do to encourage people to come here. Okay. These ads, it's a selection of different types of lifestyle visuals. As you see, you've got the person that's, outdoors, and there's a person that's interested in food, and then there's a family group. But on each one of these, what you're going to see is this book now button. Every ad that we do digitally has what we call a call to action, meaning we want that person to activate the ad so that we can link them to our booking engine. So that goes immediately to Expedia, but only Mesa hotels are available on our website through Expedia. So we kind of get through the clutter of other destinations, and it's focused purely on Mesa and the Mesa experience. So we also have, in addition, a very, very important broad-reaching Expedia digital campaign. With this digital campaign that we have purchased, we got a couple of bonuses, one being an e-blast to 500,000 people that actually use Expedia. This is our way to get to their database, because Expedia's database is very, very proprietary. So we now have communicated this Visit Mesa message to 500,000 Expedia clients. What Expedia is also doing is through their advertising, you'll see the call to action that says get 15% off on select hotels. That is a benefit to you, the user, but it's also a benefit to Visit Mesa because that discount does not come out of the profit for the hotels, which is a wonderful thing. So that is a wonderful different point of difference that Expedia is offering to help DMOs in these tough times. And we greatly appreciate those efforts. And they really are, when we get to the data, you'll see how well the whole thing is working. So when you look at the Visit Mesa digital marketing campaign, which was the first campaign that I told you about, there's over 9 million impressions. There were over 272,000 clicks on those impressions with a click-through rate unheard of 3%. It's extraordinary. And off of our ads, there were 1,400 clicks to the Expedia website. So our ads actually drove clicks to Expedia for people to book. Now, on the other side, you'll see that the Expedia campaign came through with over 3 million impressions with 2,363 clicks and a lower click-through rate, but that click-through rate is still higher than the norm for Expedia. The reason that those impressions are lower and the clicks are lower is because we are further down the funnel. So we know that that Expedia client that's coming through to us is already a traveler and they're already predisposed to come to Mesa. So it's a very, very valuable touch point for us. And most importantly, through Expedia, we know that we've booked $414,000 in revenue. And that was just from 2 weeks in August through the end of October. So here you have the real numbers that our digital campaigns are producing. Now, keep in mind that that revenue that you see has nothing to do with the clicks that we sent to Expedia. That revenue does not include what we've actually forwarded over to Expedia. So with everything being said, we know how important friends and family are. And hopefully with our advertising hitting the local market at this point, as it has been doing for the past 6 months, we've got friends and family that are actually asking their relatives to come and visit. Now, there's different ways that we can reach the friends and family, but what I would love to communicate is that social media, PR, and communications are vital to the success of our outreach to the local market and also to our prospective clients. So what I'd like to do now is introduce you to Michelle Streeter. She is Senior Vice President of PR and Communications at Visit Mesa, and she's coming right up. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, am I live? Mm-hmm. All right, good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. I'm Michelle Streeter, Senior Vice President of Communications and Partner Relations here at Visit Mesa. We are the storytellers. I'm gonna just get this. We are Mesa's storytellers in our department. We actually have a very dynamic team. We tell our stories through press releases, which is sort of the tried and true public relations efforts. Media missions, that's where you see us going out all over the country, all over the world, really, and telling people about all the great riches that we have here in Mesa that we are so proud of. And then trade shows are part of that as well. Obviously, this year, there's no trade shows, but when we do participate in trade shows, we set up booths and we are able to showcase everything, kind of like a rolling road show, so to speak. And then that picture there is our media tours. Our media tours are so important to us. That's when we get to take all those people that we're talking to on the road and bring them to Mesa for a fun experience. And in that picture right there, there's 5 countries that are represented. So that's what we love about being the storytellers. We have guests coming in that picture specifically from Germany, UK, China, the US, and Canada. And we bring everyone together to just have an incredible experience in our destination. Obviously, this year we've pivoted and we've had to change how we tell our story during COVID. And so what we are really doing in our department is proactively pitching and finding all those opportunities out there, because the news media is still picking up the travel stories just with a different angle or different slant to them. We have really ramped up our social media presence. We have a brand new brand ambassador that has helped us really get some incredible coverage on our Instagram account. We just hit the 10,000 mark, which for us has been an incredible achievement. And we are doing giveaways all this week. So if you have not followed our Instagram yet, I would encourage you to get on there, because you just might win a very nice Mesa swag bag. So we're doing promotions with influencers all this week on that. We have a blog. Our blog, we actually put a lot of content on, and then we try to boost that content as much as we can using all the tools at our disposal. Our blog is also our storytelling piece. That's where we can just update in real time activities and events that are taking place in Mesa. We always outline the new guidelines for all the events that take place as well. And again, back to that pivot, which I know we hate that word now, but the residential audience has been critical to our growth in the PR department. So we have really just transitioned most of our messaging to targeting local influencers to help spread our story. We're really working on building up our Mesa ambassadors. So part of that, we have been doing that through virtual tours. That's been something that we are starting to really engage in, and we have plans to do more of that in the new year. And then we developed a steering committee. This actually started just around the time of National Travel and Tourism Week. That was back in May. And they came up with the name, the steering committee came up with the name of what they want to call themselves, and they are called For the Love of Mesa. So this steering committee is actually one of the programs that we've been busy working on this fall. So what they have done, the steering committee is made up of a lot of local stakeholders, public servants, employees at small businesses, residents, and they make up all the districts in Mesa. So you can see there, we've got Mesa Fire Department, we've got the Mesa Police Department included, we've got Local First on our steering committee, Rail Mesa, some incredible fun businesses here downtown. We actually have a wonderful gentleman out there in East Marc. He's a dad with a child on the spectrum, so he's helping share that viewpoint. And this steering committee is coming together for the love of Mesa, and they currently are helping us develop a 5-part television series that we are going out actively and filming throughout the city. And they are voting on which locations they want to include in these television series that we're doing. On the right, you can see that we are pushing these out through TikTok, Instagram television, and then also you'll start to see those on our YouTube. Again, going back to targeting those local influencers, we are using their endorsements of our destination and making sure that they can share what they see in Mesa through their lens. So it's been an incredible product for us, and we're really excited for the outcome. And we'll start to push that out in early December to all of you. Another program that we've been working on actively is the Escape to Mesa program. I know Kimberly talked a lot about the marketing that is backing up the escape message, the Escape Now. This is actually where you can, as a local resident, as an Arizona resident, purchase a 2-night stay at any Mesa hotel, and you can get incentivized with $150 straight from Visit Mesa. We are offering $100 toward any activity in market, and then $50 towards dining at the restaurant of your choice. These are themed packages, so it's Weekend Warrior, Family Fun, and Relaxation Retreat. And if you go to the website, escapetomesa.com, you can see all the different inspiration that we offer under all those themes of vacation packages. we have managed to really push this out there in the local press. We've gotten coverage on all the major stations. We're working a lot with mom bloggers and just pushing out the message that you can have a safe and socially distanced retreat here in Mesa if you are looking for a little escape. It's great for holiday shopping too. We're promoting this around Mary Main Street right now. Perhaps the most rewarding program for our department in the last year was that journey to becoming America's first autism certified city. That was an incredible undertaking that really just started with Visit Mesa, but just spread its wings and covered the entire community. We have over 5,000 employees in the city of Mesa that have gone through the autism certification program, and we're just really proud of how this has taken off. One of my roles is really to make sure that this program was getting national headlines. We did actually in American Way magazine get a full feature. It happened to be in April of this year. So we're hoping to kick this program off again after we are, safe and, moving past quarantine. But that's our job here, is to really take our product and get it into national headlines. So we were able to get that into American Way magazine. We also just completed additional coverage. It was covered in New York Times. We've been in WestJet Airlines magazine. We had coverage across the world, to be honest. US, Canada, UK, even Australia picked up the message that Mesa was the country's first autism certified city. We had just completed interviews with both the Washington Post and LA Times, and we are really hoping to just pick this right back up, hopefully by late spring of next year to hit the summer 2021 market. In addition, my department is responsible for publications. Our most recent publication is related to the Autism Travel Initiative. You can download all of our guides online. They are available for download, sharing, and you can also click through them as well and read them through our website portal. The Autism Travel Guide is a great guide, especially for locals. If you do have visiting friends and family on the spectrum, or if you have children and teens at home on the spectrum, we outline all the businesses that have gone through autism certification. There's almost 60 businesses listed in there. We list resources. We talk about sensory guides. There's a lot of material inside our publications that we're really proud of, and we want to share that with all of you. Other guides that we have, obviously our visitor guide is an annual piece. This is also a great coffee table book for anybody that wants to have this in their home locally, especially if you have guests come over. But the visitor guide is available online as well. We will have a new version in January with updated business listings. We also have the Arizona Fresh Foodie Trail Agritourism Guide that covers all the different markets and different farms and different food elements here in Mesa. I'll explain that later. We have our Adventure Explorer Guide online. We do plan to reprint that in the spring. We have a water guide, talks about all the water activities. As you know, Mesa is surrounded by water. So we've got all of our outfitters listed in there. And then right now we're working in the spring on a wheels guide. So that's going to cover ATVs, off-roading, cycling, mountain biking. We're really excited for the coverage that we are planning in that guide. We've got some incredible writers already doing some pieces for us, including the Haas Trails Preservation Initiative that has actually just been approved. So we're excited to share that with viewers soon. And the reason I always tell people about our guides is because if you ever think that there's nothing to do in Mesa, come to us, because we will tell you exactly what to see, what to do, what to explore, what to discover. There's just so much activity to choose from. And that's really our job. Our job is, again, going back to that initial vision of just being the storyteller for Mesa. So I wanted to expand on the Fresh Foodie Trail. This is an award-winning product. We actually have won several awards for this campaign. We always say that we had a food network before there was a food network. And it's just a really incredible collection of farms that we have linked together from Mesa into the towns of Queen Creek and into the towns of Gilbert. And we created this sort of ultimate foodie road trip, if you will. This has been a really fun project for us. Budget Travel, as you can see, said that we are the gourmet oasis in the Arizona desert that you have to taste to believe. Forbes said that foodie travelers, brace yourselves, Mesa deserves a spot on your bucket list. And that's what we tell people about. When you are traveling, most people travel through their stomachs because they want to taste the food and the destination that they are experiencing. And that's really what we provide when we start telling people about the Fresh Foodie Trail. One of the fun projects that we are working on now that we plan to launch again next month in early December is our geocaching tour. We started this last year with our autism travel program. We have an autism geo tour that right now takes people into Mesa's parks and out throughout downtown. And you can collect little trinkets as you go and also leave a cache. So it's a fun, safe, socially distanced activity that we know is very fun for families to take advantage of. Just last year on the autism tour, we had over 2,000 logs of that geo tour, and it represented people from over the whole world that were coming out here and taking advantage of this fun and free activity in the destination. So what we're doing now is we're launching our second geo tour because it was so popular. And our second one is going to be focused on the foodie trail. So we have already placed 10 geocaches throughout Mesa's farms and also into the town of Queen Creek and into the town of Gilbert. And if you collect all 10 geocaches, you can earn a wooden spoon for cooking and our recipe book. So we're really excited to give away little promotional tools for your journey and going into the market. And we've got recipes from all the farms in our recipe book here. So that's really exciting. Inside the geocaches, you can find all of these stickers that you can collect and save. And like I said, it's great for families to go out there and hunt. You just download the app on your phone, and then the kids can just take it from there and they can collect and earn prizes as they go. On the Autism Geo Tour, if you collect 5 geocaches, I hope you can see this, you can win or earn your own State 48 Visit Mesa shirt. And there's our little logo there for our autism certification. So that's also a fun project to go out with kids, especially again for safe and social distancing this winter. So our partnership program, I wanted to make sure that we talk about our partnership program. That is really important to Visit Mesa because that is how we are also pushing out our partners' messages on all of our feeds, our social media feeds, into our paid social, onto our blogs. We are getting content from all of our businesses that have aligned with us as part of partnership. We have 4 tiers of marketing programs available. We have the effortless, the priceless, boundless, and limitless. And it really is up to the business to know when they can align with us and at what level. We have a lot of partners start with us at the entry level, the effortless partnership. And then as they see the results, they tend to grow with us over time. Our partnership programs include our social media promotion, brochure distribution throughout our visitor center, the online presence that we have at visitmesa.com. We have included in every partnership program deliverables. That's where we include businesses in our press releases. We include businesses on our Facebook feeds, in our Instagram story. We are now doing TikTok videos for our partners. We are even doing Snapchat geo filters for our partners as well. We're trying to give them as much value and worth to their partnership and to the audiences that we have captured that want information on our destination and want information on Mesa. As part of partnership, you can access our business trainings. We have a very robust program of trainings on our extranet, and we have another program that we're starting in January where we are really just trying to ensure people have the opportunity to learn more about how to market their business. This summer, we ran a series of webinars with the Mesa Cares program, and those webinars were all focused on business to business improvement and just honestly survival while we go through this transition as we work through COVID. It's also how our partners get into our e-news, our meetings calendar, virtual mixers. We have one coming up, and all those opportunities. And you can be a partner at any level to take advantage of these. Also new this year, we have bite-sized marketing packages. Those are focused on increasing a partner's digital content on all of our feeds. We also have district marketing, where you can be part of our Asian district or downtown Mesa district, and you get a little boost there as well. You do not have to be a hospitality business to be a partner of Visit Mesa. We actually have programming specially dedicated to those businesses that want to still try to target the visitor and the resident, but want to go through it, but maybe they aren't necessarily a hotel or a restaurant. And then for all those certified autism centers, those 60 plus businesses, we have special programming just for them as well, where we are really targeting the ASD market. So that is public relations and communications. And I think we can go to our Q&A.
Great. Okay, we'll start with any questions for Michelle while we have her up here, and then we can go over to Kimberly. First question, how are you getting the word out now about Mesa?
It's been a challenge for sure. Obviously, a lot of travel destinations have managed to rework their public relations efforts. Here at Visit Mesa, we are still really watching the lead services that we subscribe to and just capitalizing on our existing relationships that we have with our travel media, our travel reporters. We have actively done virtual fan tours. So that's where we go out with our camera and we get everybody to come in at a certain time and watch what we're showing. We actually did that in the town of Queen Creek earlier this summer, and it was very effective, actually. We wound up getting a piece in photos from that virtual fan tour. And it's our hope that we can do more of that, especially right now. Our TV series is taking a lot of our team's time right now, but come January, you're going to see us offering virtual fan tours for everyone. In addition to that, how we're getting the word out is actively pitching. I probably send out 5 pitches a day, just trying to get feelers out there. We have some incredible programming planned for January that we want to do with some PR agencies, and we really plan to ramp it up as soon as we can just cruise out 2020.
Okay, and then we have another one. Will you plan to bring media back to the market?
I know, it's what we want to do for sure. We are going to watch all of the signals that will let us know when it's safe to bring people back to market. We are actually working with the Arizona Office of Tourism. They have some waivers and guidelines in place that we certainly plan to follow so we can safely bring media back to market. Another hope for us is to maybe do a fam tour, again, those group press tours, probably late spring. I don't anticipate bringing media back to market until the April-May timeframe, which is actually good for us because certainly we don't want to, take any rooms from our hotels in high season. We still are very hopeful that there is going to be a high season. So it'll most likely be in late spring that we are bringing media back to market.
Perfect. Okay, and then we have some questions for Kimberly. I don't know if you want to head up to the podium. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right, Kimberly.
Okay, shoot.
How has COVID-19 changed your marketing strategy?
Great question. And I think it's a question that's asked of everyone in the DMO world. Basically, until COVID hit, we had a very strong focus on the overseas market, especially because the overseas market brings travelers to us in the summer. The Germans, the Brits, the Swiss, the Italians, the French, they travel only typically in the summer. And so what we've had to do is we've had to shift our efforts a little bit, and we're focusing really just on the domestic market as a whole, which obviously is a much broader market for us anyway, and it supplies rooms year round for us. So as far as our strategy is concerned, we won't be going back into the overseas market to visit with product people and to do trainings until probably the fall of next year, fall of 21. We are hearing from the UK that there is a lot of interest right now, and a lot of inquiries that are taking place for people wanting to come next summer from the UK. So we know that they're coming. We know the demand is pent up. And when it's time, just like Michelle said, when it's time, we'll kick all of those strategies into gear to make sure that we're first in the market and first on the mark and get some people here. Fortunately, we do have a presence already overseas. And so we just need to light it up again.
Great. And then we have, what are Visit Mesa key markets for leisure?
Right now, as of today, we're looking at really the drive market. So the drive market being, obviously, California is our #1 drive market. And then we have Texas, which is very strong, New Mexico, that's very strong, Utah, Colorado, some Oregon, some Washington, a little bit less from the Pacific Northwest because of the distance. But I also want to interject the wonderful support we get from the Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport and their partnership with Allegiant Airlines. Because of Allegiant Airlines, the activity on a domestic level through Allegiant, the airport is really not being nearly as negatively affected as Phoenix Sky Harbor. So they're down much lower than most airports actually in the country because they're servicing those destinations where families want to fly for holiday. I know that Marc mentioned in the very, very beginning that we're a leisure destination. This proves we're a leisure destination because Allegiant services the leisure client. It's not a business airline. So that really does help us and assist us to market. So what we do is we're going out into those markets that are serviced by Allegiant, which are atypical in many cases, very, very atypical. And we're doing campaigns in those markets to try to assist the airport and Allegiant, in their efforts to continue that travel. What's also a benefit when you work with an airline, domestic airline like Allegiant, is the flights encourage people to stay much longer. So the experience of the guest can be 4 to 7 days as opposed to a 1 or 2 night trip. So it's the ideal market for us. So not only are we working the drive market through all of our campaigns, we're also working those cities that are coming in through Allegiant. So that are obviously everything's changed for us, and it's really good to be able to focus on the domestic market because that's a great profit center for us.
Great. And then could you just go over your relationship with Expedia and how it benefits us as a DMO?
Okay. Expedia is the call to action. If someone goes on our website and they click on where to stay, that will automatically link to Expedia, the booking engine. DMOs have different partners that they work with that actually fulfill the request for booking hotels for people that are on the site. And so it's kind of a wonderful strategic partnership that we have with Expedia because we know that they have rates from 90% of our hotels. And so therefore the guest is getting the best choice, the best rate, and the best opportunity to actually book with a company like Expedia that has the strength of brand and the follow-up on their promise to their loyal customer. So it was strategic for us to have Expedia on the website, but it also is strategic because they're our marketing partner at the same time. So fortunately for us, they've been very, very supportive of our efforts here in Mesa and are continuously reaching out to both hotel partners and to attraction partners to be listed on their website because Expedia has attraction space. They also have hotel space. It's a very unique relationship we have with them.
Great. And I think that's it for the Q&A portion. We will head into our last intermission, and then we'll hear from Marc and then the economic development team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
There's a place that I know where the land's so pretty and the people are too. Take away your sorrows when you're sitting at home and you got nothing to do. Maybe we can go. Maybe we can go to a city so I know a place where the sun shines all year long, where a whole lot of people like to call their home. It's a city so limitless, I couldn't live without it. Grab a bite and take a hike up on the Superstition Mountains. I'm in love. Feel the vibe and the energy, physically, mentally, the history and memories. We literally sitting on a lost gold mine. Let's hit the lake and reminisce about old times. And when we get done maxing and relaxing, we're hitting downtown so we can keep up with the fashion. Call it passion, I'm reaping all the benefits. Mesa Town, my city's so limitless. There's a place that I know where the land's so pretty and the people are too. Take away your sorrows when you're sitting at home and you got nothing to do. Maybe we can go. Maybe we can go to a city so limitless. You're now hanging in the land of opportunity, where the arts and our hearts are for unity. You'll end up coming for a vacation and you'll never want to leave. Turn it to a staycation. Pack your bags and catch a flight in the gateway, where every day feels like a spring break day. A little Wild West, a little new school. Come along for the ride, we're making new rules. Boundless, breathless, fearless, guiltless, timeless, ageless, countless, stillness, effortless, priceless, tireless, painless. Come get educated, everybody know the name is Mesa. There's a place that I know where the land's so pretty and the people are too. Take away your sorrows when you're sitting at home and you got nothing to do. Maybe we can go. Maybe we can go to a city so limitless. There's no other place I would rather go. Call your best friends and grab a bite to eat. Watch the sunset, I promise it's a sight to see. There's no place like this place I know. I take it with me every place I go. It's so limitless. There's a place that I know where the land's so pretty and the people are too. Take away your sorrows when you're sitting at home and you got nothing to do. Maybe we can go. Maybe we can go to a city so limitless. There's a place that I know where the land's so pretty and the people are too. Take away your sorrows when you're sitting at home and you got nothing to do. Maybe we can go. Maybe we can go to a city so limitless. There's a place that I know where the land's so pretty and the people are too. Take away your sorrows when you're sitting at home and you got nothing to do. Maybe we can go. Maybe we can go to a city so limitless. I know a place where the sun shines all year long, where a whole lot of people like to call their home. It's a city so limitless, I couldn't live without it. Grab a bite and take a hike up on the Superstition Mountains. I'm in love. Feel the vibe and the energy, physically, mentally, the history and memories. We literally sitting on a lost gold mine. Let's hit the lake and reminisce about old times. And when we get done maxing and relaxing, we're hitting downtown so we can keep up with the fashion. Call it passion, I'm reaping all the benefits. Mesa Town, my city's so limitless. There's a place that I know where the land's so pretty and the people are too. Take away your sorrows when you're sitting at home and you got nothing to do. Maybe we can go. You're now hanging in the land of opportunity, where the arts and our hearts are for unity. You'll end up coming for a vacation, and you'll never want to leave, turn it to a staycation. Pack your bags and catch a flight in the gateway, where every day feels like a spring break day. A little Wild West, a little new school. Come along for the ride, we're making new rules. Boundless, breathless, fearless, guiltless, timeless, ageless, countless, stillness, effortless, priceless, tireless, painless. Come get educated, everybody know the name is Mesa.
Okay, everyone, give me 1 second and we will have Marc up here. Okay. All right, Marc. Yep, we're good.
Hello again, folks. Hope you're enjoying the content that's been provided thus far. We now have a special presentation from the leaders at the city's Economic Development Department. As you may know, we have a very close relationship with the city's Economic Development Department because our interests are often one and the same. We both sell Mesa. We both elevate the Mesa brand to entice outside investment into the city. The same reason someone wants to visit or vacation here is the same reason someone would be interested in relocating their business or engineering a startup here. It's all about the quality of life proposition. It's about our amenities. Thus, we work closely together on a number of initiatives. Today, our speakers will share just how we have been working closely together recently, as well as some highlights of the latest developments and projects occurring throughout the city. I'm excited to introduce the City of Mesa's Director of Economic Development, Bill Jabjiniak. Mr. Jabjiniak has been with the City of Mesa for 13 years and has more than 30 years of leadership in revitalization strategies, public and private partnership opportunities, project financing, and business recruitment. Today, Bill leads a team of 14 professionals focused on business attraction, retention and expansion, entrepreneurship, redevelopment, and revitalization for Mesa. Their collective mission is to grow Mesa's local economy primarily through the strategic expansion of Mesa's industries of opportunity, which are healthcare, education, aerospace, and tourism and technology, also known as HEAT, H-E-A-T. Under Bill's tenure, the Office of Economic Development has assisted in creating and retaining more than 24,000 jobs, landed more than 330 projects, and generating $5.9 billion worth of capital investment to Mesa. Joining Bill today is City of Mesa Assistant Economic Development Director, Jay O'Donnell. We are proud to have Ms. O'Donnell's sit on our board of directors and the newly formed Destination Mesa team that oversees Visit Mesa's contract terms. Jay has served with the City of Mesa since 2012. In her role, Jay is responsible for strategic planning, brand management, communications, and operations. During her career in Mesa, Jay has led key initiatives, including Mesa's higher education recruitment efforts, Falcon District and Asian District brand development, Mesa K Ready initiative, and most recently, the Mesa Cares Small Business Reemergence grant and technical assistance programs. Jay is an active member of the Arizona Association of Economic Development and Mesa's Higher Education Task Force. Let's welcome them both here today to share the many accomplishments that they have helped make happen here in Mesa. And Jay, I believe you're going first. Please take it from here.
All right. Thank you so much, Marc. Much appreciated. That was a lovely introduction. I am going to share my screen so that everyone can kind of follow along easily. And that's not the way I wanted to do it. Sorry. There we go. Is that working? Can you just see the single slide?
I'm not seeing anything right now.
Oh no. All right. I apologize. Let me try this one more time.
Okay. Yep.
Better?
Yep.
Why is it doing this? I'm so sorry. There, how's that?
Looks great.
Still a single slide? Okay, good. Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties I'm having. I do want to let you know Bill is joining us in about 2 minutes. He just got back from a groundbreaking actually. So he'll be on the screen shortly and ready to present. But I did want to just take a few minutes and talk a little bit about our Office of Economic Development and give you a little bit of an overview and talk specifically about how we partner on a very regular basis with our Visit Mesa partners. They are a great organization. As Marc mentioned, I am a member of the board of directors, and I have loved working with them in the capacity of just advising, coming up with new initiatives, and really trying to promote Mesa as a premier leisure and travel destination, as well as for meetings, conferences, sporting events. And there is so much synergy between our offices and our missions. With that, the Office of Economic Development is a City of Mesa department. We have 14 full-time employees, and we work to enhance Mesa's economy. So really it's about creating quality jobs, not just more and more jobs, but quality jobs. We promote direct investment, capital investment, and we work to increase prosperity to improve the life for our residents. We do this by promoting Mesa as a premier location for businesses. We do target key industries that I'll talk a little bit more about in the next couple of slides. We really focus on those industries that provide high wage jobs and promote future sustainability for our community. We are the primary point of contact for businesses, site selectors, and community stakeholders to obtain technical expertise, site selection support services, and really just help walk them through the development process and find ideal locations, and also evaluate the business opportunities in Mesa compared to other communities. We do have 4 different, what we like to call lines of service or functions. The first is business attraction, retention, and expansion. So we work to bring in new businesses to the community, and then we also work with existing businesses to make sure that we retain them and that we help them to expand or become more competitive so that they can hire more people and grow as a business. We also work in entrepreneurship and small business development. We have radically expanded our services in the last 8 months due to the pandemic. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we've done that and how we have worked with our partners like Visit Mesa to deliver some excellent technical assistance programs, and also to promote local businesses and really drive the visitor traffic as well and expand in that area. We have redevelopment and revitalization, so determining our redevelopment areas and what we can do to help revitalize them. And then workforce development and talent attraction. So making sure that we're working with our partners in academia as well as other maybe non-traditional pipeline providers for workforce to ensure that the companies who are coming today and who are coming in the future have the workforce and talent that they need available here in Mesa. Our employment areas, we like to sort of take a broad brush approach for our employment districts. And then we also can narrow it down to specific neighborhoods to figure out what commercially would be viable in those areas from planning perspective, from an economic development perspective, always looking for highest and best use, not only for today, but in the future. So downtown Mesa, Falcon District, Fiesta District, Mesa Gateway area, which is one of the fastest growing areas or the fastest growing area in the city, and then Riverview and West Mesa. Bill will also be getting into these areas more specifically in his presentation, where he's going to talk about specific projects that are happening in these areas. Our industries of opportunity, as Marc mentioned, include healthcare, education, aerospace, tourism, and technology. Within the healthcare sector, we really have focused on medical devices and then healthcare IT and technology. We are obviously very interested in working with healthcare providers like Banner We do that all the time. However, we also want to focus on manufacturing and bringing in more base industry jobs. Education is another area where a few years back, we really focused on recruiting additional higher education into Mesa, focusing primarily on downtown, but also in West Mesa. And that resulted in Benedictine University coming into downtown. And now we have ASU downtown going up just behind me out the window, and you'll see a screenshot of that later on in Bill's presentation too. So we continue to really try and develop and diversify our educational offerings. Aerospace includes aviation, defense, advanced composites, and manufacturing. Tourism obviously is economic development. We believe very strongly in that. We focus on attracting and working on product development right alongside with Visit Mesa. So hospitality, entertainment, youth and amateur sports venues. How can we help set the stage and promote Mesa as a great destination for more of that product? We also know we need additional amenities like signature restaurants and retail in the community as well. So trying to figure out that balance and that mix has not been easy during the pandemic, I might add. Technology, that again is also a very broad umbrella, but cyber, artificial intelligence, and information communication technology. So a lot of these overlap. The districts, the employment districts aren't, hard boundaries. That there are some convergences here that we really look at what fits where and then develop strategies around that. I did want to touch on briefly our recent cooperative efforts with Visit Mesa. These have been, in my opinion, very successful. And the most important thing that I think Visit Mesa brings to the table is amazing expertise in their industry space. So from a sales and marketing perspective, they do a fantastic job. And we have been able to leverage what they're doing already nationally and internationally to promote Mesa on that stage from an economic development perspective too. So I think we work very well together. We do partner on branding, promotions, communications, especially with the pandemic. While I would not want to go through any of that again, I do think that out of those trials and tribulations came a lot of new relationships and innovative ideas around how we can all work together better. And one of the things that we have done is we have a communications committee that meets every couple of weeks with our economic development communications team and Visit Mesa's team, just to make sure we're aligned, we're on the same page, we know what promotions are releasing when, so that we can amplify each other's messages. That's been fantastic. I also think it was critical that Visit Mesa participate on our branding campaign, our process that we did for the Asian district. They were a huge help. And also one piece to all of the pillars who are helping to promote these different neighborhoods and districts in Mesa, to really amplify that message about how unique and different the Asian district is, and other areas, quite frankly, in Mesa too. So that's been a positive. We also have partnered on the Hound for the Holidays campaign, where we're promoting to the businesses this opportunity that they can offer special deals and discounts, coupons. And the way that we've cooperated is the city of Mesa has agreed to cover the transaction fees for the businesses who are participating in this promotion. So it's retailers, restaurants, services, personal services. And say, for example, a transaction fee would normally be for a coffee shop, 75 cents or $1. For each transaction that's made until the city of Mesa's contribution runs out, we will be covering that cost. And so it's been a win-win-win situation, I think, for not only the business and the city of Mesa, but for the consumer. And we really are trying to increase the revenue and drive traffic into businesses. And the revenue does go directly into the business pocket first. We pay the transaction. And we have probably about another 6 to 9 months of that bucket of money being utilized this way. So other communities are doing something similar, but we think for the holidays, it's going to be very successful. The company Hound has been a great partner to work with, and Visit Mesa has done a lot of promotion around this too. So every month or every quarter, we produce an economic reporter newsletter. We always include Visit Mesa stories in there. So whatever the latest, greatest is going on from Visit Mesa, we do include that. We also participate in each other's strategic planning efforts. So we obviously participated when the Visit Mesa board had their strategic planning effort. City staff was part of that process. Our city manager was actually participating in that process, as well as a couple of council members and myself, obviously. So we also look to Visit Mesa to weigh into our strategic planning efforts to make sure that if there are areas in the tourism and hospitality space that we need to pay more attention to, we absolutely do that. On the tourism development side, in terms of attracting more hotels or higher end hotels, one of the things that we have tried to do is focus our efforts around, you know, the demand and what we would like to see the demand be in this area. And we had a developer a couple of years ago come to us and talk about what they wanted to do in Northeast Mesa. They really needed some help getting some justification and rationale and data around what the demand would be. So we had them also meet with Visit Mesa. They had not yet met with Visit Mesa. They were incredibly impressed and felt that Visit Mesa could help support their marketing efforts. But we actually worked directly with businesses in this 10-mile radius in the city of Mesa, and Visit Mesa helped us write a questionnaire or a survey, and then we pushed it out, and we had a large number of responses that basically said, we do want to see additional hotel product in this area. Here are our affiliates that we're used to using. We also want to see additional restaurants. So it was really good for us to be able to partner with Visit Mesa in that way. And we would like to do more things like that, especially when it comes to, you know, primary data and gathering information about what companies need here from the hospitality market. We think that's a very good relationship to foster. The Mesa Cares Reemergence Program, which Marc also mentioned when he was introducing me, has been, I think, very successful. We wound up giving away about $4.4 million in financial assistance to companies for rent and utility assistance. That was in May and June. And then we moved on to a technical assistance program where we utilized vendors in key areas where the demand was especially high. So for example, we did surveys of the business community asking them what they needed right when the pandemic hit. So there were probably 75% of the companies that said, we need cash and we need marketing assistance. We really need help marketing ourselves. So we partnered with Visit Mesa to promote not only businesses in the community, but to help businesses and to train businesses how to promote themselves. So that was a piece of the technical assistance. And Visit Mesa put together 7 incredible webinars that are available. We did record them. They're available on our hub platform, which is our library of Mesa Cares webinars. that our CARES participants can watch at any time. The technical assistance program is still available if you would like to register to be a part of that. But Visit Mesa did a really nice job putting together very quickly subject matter experts in different areas: PR, social media, Google Analytics, and I'll show you the list in just a minute. The other thing we did was we wanted Mesa to be featured prominently locally so that we could get our local residents and our East Valley residents, as well as state residents, to come into Mesa and stay. And so Visit Mesa did a really nice job developing an Escape to Mesa campaign that has incentives for visitors who are from our state. And it was great to work with them on that program, and I think it's been pretty successful. So the one thing I did want to just show you that Visit Mesa put together was this list of webinars. You can see that they've done a great job of leveraging their expertise and their knowledge of what it takes to really reach the consumer of today. They are always progressive and always kind of ahead of the curve when it comes to what's the next wave of technology that consumers are going to be using to book travel or look at travel. And I've been really pleased at how they've stayed out in front of everything. So I hope that you'll take a few minutes and go on to our technical assistance application website and just peruse the different offerings, because this is just a small piece of what we've been able to offer overall. And I also wanted to encourage you to just take a few minutes as Bill's going through the presentation today to talk about the different projects, to think about how you can stay in contact with us and how you can stay informed of those projects that are happening that will affect your business. Sometimes I know it's hard to connect the dots between this new office development is happening and what does it mean for my hotel? Well, it does mean that you'll have more probably suppliers visiting, clients visiting that space, and they're going to need places to stay, nicer places to eat for lunch and for dinner. Where can you take a client for lunch or dinner in Mesa? There are limited choices, so we'd like to see that expand as well. But stay in contact with us. We do have a Twitter page. Our handle is on the screen. We have our website, selectmesa.com, and we use a lot of visual images that Visit Mesa shares with us. They've been great partners whenever we've needed digital images and video. They've been really great about sharing with us. And then we have a LinkedIn page, which is Office of Economic Development, and then the City of Mesa has our Facebook page, obviously. So I would encourage you to look on those websites. So for now, I wanted to turn it over to Bill Jabjiniak. He's our Economic Development Director for the City of Mesa, and he's been with the city 13 years now. So he was here when I arrived 11 years ago. So I'll turn it over to you, Bill.
Thanks, Jay. Nice job up there. That was quite the detailed presentation. Covered a lot in the past year, but I wanted to jump in and Marc, thank you for the opportunity and to Visit Mesa for the opportunity to really just hit on the highlights, because there's so much going on out here. Some of the projects and initiatives that are underway today, maybe a couple of things into the future here, not too distant future that's coming. But obviously 2020 has been a interesting, if not difficult year. And I look forward to the partnership that we have. But, also we've been extremely active as an economic development group around job creation, job expansion. There's a lot of companies expanding here in Mesa. And what I'd like to do is just touch on a few of these projects going forward in Mesa. So, who's got control of the PowerPoint. There we go. Excellent. Nice job, Kate. So a couple of different areas here that I'm going to touch on. Jay mentioned these 5 areas as well. Riverview is number 1 in downtown, and Fiesta's 3. Falcon is obviously 4, and the big one that's getting a lot of activity is down in the Mesa Gateway area. So we're going to touch on those. We're going to hit some of those highlights, specifically towards the hospitality industry. But what I think here is important. There's a lot of new businesses that are coming in. I just looked at a 5-year stat, and the Office of Economic Development has been involved in over 12,500 jobs in the last 5 years. I will tell you there's been a tremendous amount of capital investment announced for this year, which I think is huge. So with all this new activity that's going on, there's going to be demand for additional hotel stays, a lot of restaurants, retail. We were just talking about golf and the opportunity to entertain some of these business clients. I certainly volunteered for that, but I think there's just a lot of opportunities. So let's get started on some of these different areas. I'm going to start up here at the Riverview area and off to the next one. So this is the Union. This sits right there alongside the 202. We've seen the first building really develop over the last 12 months. It's been just over 12 months now since the first building, which is 104. That one building alone is 240,000 square feet. And this is, the first Class A development in probably 20 years in the city of Mesa. Sitting next to that is about 1,100 and almost close to 1,500 cars for parking. They actually overbuilt that first parking garage that will help us with Cubs game day parking. But you can see the vision that's out here for this site, adding this kind of opportunity. And we're starting to see this modern glass exterior, starting to get different looks from clients that have traditionally passed us by and gone to our neighboring communities. So with 10-foot vision glass and sweeping views of Camelback Mountain, McDowell Mountains, even Superstition Springs, I think that's important. We have one tenant. That tenant is what really launched that first building. Even through the pandemic, they've downsized a bit, but they're not going away. So they're taking one entire floor, and that one entire floor is about 250 employees plus or minus. They're just starting their tenant improvements, and I expect that first building will actually be complete in the first quarter of the year. So this is an exciting piece because it's also based on, I think, our next project, which is the next slide. I'll come to it. So right across the street from the Union is the Reveille. And this is a very unique entertainment type of spot. As a large outdoor venue. This is where the old Toby Keith used to be, and the adjacent building to the south of it. So there's everything from tech-driven putting greens. I think I need a lesson already. A retro-inspired arcade. There's a sports bar and grill. The second phase is a dog park. So, I mean, there's just a lot that's going to be taking place as this unfolds. But think about the modern round. It's a virtual shooting range. That NetLinks is the golf simulator play with realistic short game play. Pop culture arcade, the box bar, socially distancing is able to be accomplished while you're watching your favorite game on a 15-foot screen. Those are things we have not traditionally had in Mesa. So I think that's going to be a big plus, a big boon for the Riverview area. And then going the next slide, the further one to the east, this is Waypoint 5. So this is over at Alma School and Bass Pro Drive. Those first 4 buildings you see there on the screen were developed and filled very quickly. But based upon some of this success is why the Union got started. And now the developers here at Waypoint have come in with another building and a parking garage. So Waypoint 5 is a new 3-story office building, about 152,000 square feet. But more importantly, it's also going to accommodate a 3-story garage, which is about another 1,200 spaces. And this is about 98% leased. So it shows that demonstrated the market demand is here. They're bringing higher quality jobs. Demand for hotel hospitality product continues, I think, here. Companies like Cognizant is in here. National home builder by the name of Beazer Homes is in there. A engineering group. The one that I always don't like to call out their name, when the video cameras were working, when you went through an intersection and they snap your picture. Well, that call center and that sort of headquarters is based here at this development. So we won't call them out by name, but just in case anybody gets one of those nasty tickets, you know where to start to complain to. All right, moving on here a little bit. Let's hit downtown Mesa. And downtown's changing an awful lot, but it's important in any major city in the country really to have a vibrant, active downtown core. That attracts visitors and obviously residents and special events. And I think that we're starting to see some of that come, but part of this is that being that hub, you're going to have a central core of housing, and that housing should be a market rate product. So I think that that's coming, and this is what's on the screen is the first project. The first project, it's called Echo Mesa, market rate high-end apartments. Here it's you can see the location there off of Pepper Place, just off of Main Street. It's actually on a vacant parking lot today. And the great thing is they've agreed working with us that they'll maintain the parking. So they're going to basically put parking underneath that the public can still use. But think about the 4,000 square feet of commercial space that's also at street level. That'll help to activate the area. Think about the quality features of rooftop solar. There's a car share program. I remember being in Chicago a few years ago, one of my nephew to take me to the airport. He arranged for the car share, which was in his lobby in one of the high-rise apartment buildings that he had. There's also gray water. They're going to capture the gray water so they can irrigate vegetation. There's public and private electric charging stations. So you can see it's a lot more modern, a lot more, market rate, what's in demand today. And I think this is going to be a fantastic development, 102 units. But again, the key feature here is it's market rate housing, attracting a very higher demographic, a higher income level, which is one of the things downtown needs. Let's talk about another catalyst that's in the heart of downtown, right outside the window. And Jay mentioned this with, ASU, but the city, Mesa City Plaza is where Jay and I reside. Pepper Place, the building is ASU Mesa City Center. And adjacent to that will be the plaza at Mesa City Center, which it will be a fantastic gathering place, permanent ice skating rink. It won't be frozen all year round, so don't hit me up on that one. But 3-story academic building, about 118,000 square feet, approximately 800 students and faculty, which was great to help spend and stimulate an economy in downtown. In addition to that, well, I guess we're due to open spring of 22. Right now, they have not announced any delays due to the pandemic, but I think that's still a realistic timetable. The park, the Center City Park, is amenity for residents and visitors. It's going to draw attentions not just from the students and faculty, but think about standing out on Main Street and peering back at that building. There'll be an electronic display screen on the side of the building. And that will be several stories tall. And that video board faces the plaza and the Main Street. That'll give a whole different feel to downtown. If anybody's been in Las Vegas recently, there's some newer pieces not down on the strip, up in downtown. A couple of the new hotels have just opened up there. They've done a fantastic job with video boards, both inside and in some of their outside venues. So I think this is exciting. And Jay mentioned on the next screen that you can watch the construction live. This is a picture, I believe, from either last Thursday morning, I believe, is when we took that snapshot. This is staying on pace, but it has a unique 40-foot tall studio space inside of it. Herberger Institute of Design and Arts will be occupying it. Excuse me. Think about 3D space. Think about studio spaces. Think about augmented realities. There's just a lot going to go on in here. This is a capital investment of about $80 million in this building alone. So it takes up a former parking lot. So I think that's been fantastic to see this development come out of the ground, and we get to see it every day. But click on that link. I think that's a great way to just check on progress every week or so. Next, we have another downtown development project called The Grid. It's mixed use, mostly residential. It's in partnership with the City of Mesa and Benedictine University and Palladium Enterprises. It's what they call social living room of downtown. Think about that, social living room of downtown. 7-story tall, southwest corner of Main and Pomeroy. 75 urban flats, which are smaller units. There's 8,500 square feet of what I call ground floor retail space. There's also some co-work space and some Class A office space in addition to that. So 4 levels of residential units above a 3-story parking garage is unique as well. So you're going to end up with 196 units there. And then you also have 15, I think it's 3-story or 3-level row homes or townhomes that will wrap around the base of the garage. That again takes advantage of what was parking, what was on top of a parking structure, so nothing goes away, and really creates I think a dynamic piece for downtown. You can see that come out of the ground as well. That's under construction. Next, this one's getting near the end. This is the Grove on Main. It's about on 4.5 acres, southeast corner of Mesa Drive and Main Street. The temple in the background there opened in 1927. That's currently going through a major remodel as well. That started in 2018. So you also, I think these are mostly residential. There's some commercial along the street level, but there'll also be some civic and church uses. But the unique here, below grade parking, pedestrian walkways, 243 units, approximately 8,000 square feet of that retail that we just referred to. So about 500 new downtown residents. So start to add some of that together. And I think you'll see there's a lot coming in terms of that residential. The residents typically still help to stimulate the economy, activate it, and you'll see more and more development as it goes on. But this spring, you'll see this building open. Exciting. Okay, let's fly off, I think, over to the Fiesta area. And this is, this is really an area that's in transition. This is a redevelopment area. This is an area that's really, I think, been in transition for a while, and we're finally starting to see some progress. So the first project on the next screen is the landing at Fiesta Village. This is the northwest corner of Southern and Alma School. Today, all the vacant, dilapidated buildings around the site are cleared, knocked down, cleared off. All the asbestos was removed first. So council approved a development agreement last year, probably end of August of 19, I think that was. 220 market rate apartments. They're 1 to 3 bedroom apartments. They have a lot of different amenities and a very much improved pedestrian movement. There are also 4 retail pads, which will be developed independent of the housing. You can see those that border the street level there as well. So this was voted by AZ Central over the years as one of the most blighted eyesores in the entire valley. Very happy to have this knocked down and now out of the way, and you'll see additional housing and then obviously the retail component. The other exciting piece that's next on the screen will be the Banner development. So Banner Desert Medical Center is expanding in a very large way, actually. So they're going to do a vertical expansion on top of, so again, this is southwest corner of Southern and Dobson. So 5 stories are being added over the existing 2-story, what they call the north bow tie of the Cardinals Children's Hospital. That's about 150,000 square feet of development. And you're also going to see an additional 168 licensed patient beds added to the overall bed count. They're going to be infilling some of the other space that's on the campus as well, relocating Sophie's Place and the Forever Young Zone. So there's a lot to be going on here. This is going to also create about 425 additional parking spaces on the campus. So by going vertical and having that major investment in the area, I think that's going to be huge for us as well. Okay, before we leave Fiesta, let me just mention one item, and that's not on the presentation. The Fiesta Mall. Usually whenever I do this, I always get a question about Fiesta Mall. There is activity around the Fiesta Mall. We've gone from 5 owners. Each of those boxes where Macy's and Dillard's and Best Buy and Dick's and Sears used to be, were all owned individually. And then the common area of the mall was owned separately as well. Today, I'm happy to report we're down to 2 owners. One owner, Verde Investments, has control of all 4 boxes. And the other owner is talking to Verde about what to do with that, with the entire property. All the old agreements have now expired. The mall is over 30 years old for the most part. So they are looking at a variety of different uses and who's going to do what development. And once they figure that out, which I am hopeful will happen here in 21, we'll start to see, I think, some progress on what's next. What's the next vision for Fiesta Mall? It will not be a retail center. It will be something else. It will be active. It's too great of a site being along the highway, close to the 101, on top of the 60, not far from the 202. Great demographics from here as well. You'll see a lot go to take place at the Fiesta Mall. All right, now let's go off to Falcon Field. So when I think Falcon Field, the first project I think of is the next slide, which is really Boeing. And I'll tell you today, Boeing's at 4,500 employees and counting. That's up dramatically from where they were just a few years ago. But this is their latest expansion. This is a fabrication center being developed on the northeast corner of Greenfield and McDowell. So when you think about this, this is their western end of their campus development, if you will. This will be a 1-story building, about 155,000 square feet. But it's about 21.5 acres as well there. But they'll attract additional employees. They haven't told us exactly how many yet. But what's unique at this, within it, there is a SCIF. And for those who don't know what SCIF, which is most of us, sensitive compartmentalized informational facility. So when you do classified research, or in this case, I'm sure they're doing classified work for some of their government customers on the Apache or other products that they're developing. That's huge to have right here in Mesa. Continue to see that investment when you see what's happening in other Boeing markets, and to see them starting to invest more jobs here, that bodes well for the future of Mesa. That's why you're going to see an increase in need in hospitality product in Northeast Mesa, higher quality product, I think, as well as a lot of the executives like to stay in a full service versus limited service product. So there's a lot to be had here for the very near future. Jay mentioned the hotel survey that was done, demand survey. It really had to do with a lot in the Falcon District. But, you know, this is a picture of the first hotel being developed. And It is the one on the left side of that picture of the two hotel sites. And what's great here is it's adjacent to the 18th hole, so you can actually look out and watch what's going on. But the 18th greens, not just the hole. But the point here is that's scheduled to open sometime in 21. COVID has slowed this down dramatically. This is 111 rooms, 4-story, home 2 suites. I think what's unique here, there's still a plan for a second hotel, and that's the second box in that picture. And it's funny, I live in Northeast Mesa. I get a lot of questions from folks up there about, hey, are we getting a second hotel? Yep, I think we need to get the first one full and stabilized and demonstrate what the market can handle. And then I think you'll see a continued investment. There is still capital in the hotel industry. So think about what I just said. A lot of times right now, if I go out to the folks on Wall Street, the big capital partners, there's not a lot of money in the office development pool. There's a lot of money in industrial, but there's still an amount of money. It's very cautious money around the hospitality industry. So that's a good sign, I think, for the years to come here. We're talking about other hotels, what's being done, but let's talk about what's planned next to this site. So there's the picture. You can see the hotel up there in the corner. So the next 3 boxes coming over, and I don't have control of the pointer, or else I would do this, but the 3 boxes that run horizontal along Longbow Parkway are all office buildings. That's projected to be an office development. Go back to that patient money. That will likely be the last piece to develop. But with sweeping views that has out towards Red Mountain, I think that'll just add to the demand features that are in this area. This is under agreement with the developer. He's got various partners that he's bringing in. COVID has put a little bit of a twist in that. So we're trying to figure out exactly what that means. But then coming further east along Longbow Parkway, as you approach Wrecker Road, you'll see further retail development. So on that hard corner with a parking lot in the middle, you see a variety of retail being planned for that area. That matches well with the Sprouts Shopping Center to the north. Fat Cats is to the north there as well. In-N-Out Burgers up there. I will tell you, the Sprouts grocery store, even before the pandemic, was setting records for the region for highest volume. That's how much demand there is in this market, in this northeast quadrant. So what we're seeing here now is other interest. Yes, we have interest from restaurants. What's that going to look like here in the future? How soon is going to be key. But retail on the hard corner of Wrecker and Longbow Parkway. Then as you come down along Wrecker, you're actually going to see some residential development. Working with the airport, because of the amount of overflight that's here, we are talking multifamily. Get up in the air. Multifamily is typically not obviously single family, but single family obviously is they spend more time in the backyard, barbecuing, doing things outdoor with the great weather. And then when planes fly over, it creates a problem for us. So with multis, they don't all spend that much time out, or if they do, it's not always at their residence. But up in the air, multifamily. So figure 3 stories over probably some podium parking, which is parking underneath the building itself. So anxious to see that develop as well. So you're going to have hotel, retail, office, and residential through mixed use type of development here, which is great. All right, let's take the helicopter and go for a ride down the Phoenix Mesa Gateway. This is an area that's seen a tremendous amount of development. You've got not just the airport, but ASU Poly is great anchors. And I'm not going to spend that long talking here, but the next slide will actually be a very unique project, which is out on Power Road at the corner of Power and Warner. So the east side is in Mesa. So Cannon Beach is a mixed use development. Really the wave, the pool there, the wave lagoon in the middle is the big feature, but there's other developments planned around it with office. You've got some hotel space in there as well. But, you've got that industrial, that white building on the screen, that flex space. Actually, think about indoor car racing. Think about the gym on the site. Think about the retail out along Power Road. Think about that office. That's the active part of things. And then the second component, which is actually due to break ground here probably within 30 days, is 3 industrial buildings to the south. So you got a 70,000 square foot building, I think, on the front. Those 2 other ones are about 140, 146 and 114. So late November, early December, you'll see that actually start to move dirt, and that'll be ready inside of a year. There's that much industrial demand, and you can see a picture of the site there as well. But I think that'll be a fantastic development to see down in that part of the city. Okay, let's go. Next is on airport. So these 2 buildings are essentially complete today. So Skybridge, Arizona, is very much a unique development. They have really become known for their joint U.S. and Mexico customs facility, and where you can actually clear customs. Today, if you want to send something to Mexico, you have to send it to Mexico City. It takes time to process there after you clear the U.S. customs, and then clear Mexican customs, and finally off to its destination. Here, you'll be able to clear both customs here and then go directly to your destination in South America. What they've also developed, the bigger of those 2 yellow buildings is a hangar. That's basically ready. And the other building is about 52,000 square feet of industrial. That's one of, as you can see, this concept is multiple hangars, industrial buildings. It's about 350 plus acres for mixed use type of development. There's also owned 77 acres to the south of that of this site that will be fee simple. So sometimes you don't want to live on airport where you have to lease the land. You want to own a piece. They can actually do that as well. But all utilities, they'll be bringing more utilities in, a lot of infrastructure. But what's unique, this has put us on the map from an international perspective. You're starting to see companies, big brand names, look at us at a little different way here. And I will tell you today, just before this, I was down at the groundbreaking. And at that groundbreaking, they announced a new dual branded 127 room Wyndham product. Wingate and Hawthorne, I believe, are the 2 brands, if you will. But that's being done by Skybridge at the same time. So anticipate the opening first quarter of 22. So excited to see that, but I will tell you, they're not done. It's great to see a groundbreaking again, a little different with social distancing, everybody in mask, and chairs were spread out probably 10 feet apart, which was great. But I think what's coming is you're starting to see the development on airport we all envisioned. So I think that's a big plus as well. Let's bounce over to the east side of the airport. Some of you have probably heard about Legacy Sports Park, state-of-the-art premier family sports, you name it, primarily soccer, but there's also going to be baseball and softball. There's going to be a lot of pickleball. There's going to be obviously multi-purpose things, volleyball, outdoor amphitheater. There's just a lot to this. The great part of this is it's funded. There is still some things to get done here. They have to figure out water. Water in the desert's important. But as you come down Ellsworth, this is a great piece, literally across by Williams Field, where Williams Field would come across, meet Ellsworth on the east side. That's where this development is. And I think this is going to be, I think there's like 600,000 square feet in a series of buildings just indoors. Then you obviously add all the outdoor type things, but in a full-size stadium. This will get, so I know they've had a groundbreaking. They have to figure a couple of things out yet, including annexation into the city. If you want to get water, that's a requirement, but they're working on that. They're actually into planning with some approvals, and we're anxious to see that go. Now, I think this will be a game changer for Southeast Mesa. there's no hotels yet on site. So I think there's going to see a lot of hotels just off the property or nearby, which will be a tremendous benefit for everybody. This is right near the State Route 24. It really, you can see from the visual on the right side of the screen that where exactly it sits. And I think this is going to be a big win. Now, let's go on to the next slide, because instead of hitting on all the development that's happening, and I just did a press piece last week for one of the papers. I don't think it's even published yet. Just in Southeast Mesa, there's over 8 million square feet to be developed. I mean, it's in, either has approval, has not started construction, or any of that. How do you keep track of that? Well, actually, the city's got a great tool to do this. So if you were to go to mesaaz.gov and click on government, and then you click on the maps section, which you see down below. And then you go to the next slide, you click on development sites. And that gives you an interactive map, which will tell you in visuals what's going on. If you're just curious about what's coming in where, this is a great piece. You can go to the next slide, actually. You can see the 5 different things across the top that, what's pending planning process, what's got approved by planning and zoning, what's got the permit issued, what's got construction complete, and all those dots change on each one of them. They give a little bit of a visual of what's coming up. So if you're interested in the new, Raising Cane's or, something else that's of interest, you can click on those and you'll see them pop up and get a lot of detail. So just thought I would share this active development map. It really is additional information I think is out there for everybody to peek at. And then the last slide is our contact. Jay covered a lot of this. We're out there on Select Mesa is the economic development website. Please follow us. We do a lot on Twitter and on LinkedIn as well. Sign up for our newsletter. There's a lot of great information there. And the last comment I think I will make, and then be available for questions, is this is a very talented team. It's one of the few accredited economic development organizations in the world, let alone the country. There's only 68 of us. They know what they're doing. Let them help you. I'm here as well. I try to stay out of the way and let everybody do their job. And really been fortunate to have a lot of support from City Council, investment and infrastructure. We need to keep the vision going, and I think you'll see us grow into the future here pretty substantially. With that, thank you. I'll stop first.
We had a couple questions come in. What is your vision for downtown Mesa in 3 and 5 years? And what is the city's plan for the convention center and Mesa amphitheater?
Well, if I wasn't on here, Marc Garcia could tell you about some of the activity and renovations that are starting to take place over at the convention center, which has been great. That's been part of the success that has been going on. But the facility is small by standards today. It needs a renovation for sure. You're starting to see the city put into that. It'll be in phases. But there's also, I think, a demand for bigger space. Part of that new hotel development I just talked about and down on Gateway has room for 1,000 people meeting area, or I hesitate to call that convention space, but you get the idea. You could put 1,000 people in there. That's great. We need more of that. You need more of bigger hotels at the same time. So you'll see the convention center and the amphitheater get some attention here now over the next few years. City manager and I were just talking about that. He took him for a ride up to the Union last Monday, and he made a point of pointing that out to me, which I thought was great. And then the rest of downtown, you're going to see continued development around a lot of things. The residential, I think, is important. That'll drive additional investment. There'll be different jobs. There'll be different investments. Look at what's already taken place. I would have told you there's 3 breweries in downtown. I don't think anybody would have believed that just a couple of years ago. The fact that that's changing, ASU will be a game changer in a big way. You will see employment follow that, because now the number one issue for employment folks are really, where's my workforce coming from? They want to be sometimes in an urban core. The pandemic might be changing some of that, but we're not viewed as that big urban city like not even a Phoenix, but a San Francisco or LA or some of those. We're still viewed as a very nice alternative to some of those. So we're getting a lot of looks, which has created, I think, a lot of this dynamic. So that's what I see for downtown, and that's what's going on at the convention center. What else you got for me?
That was it.
That was easy.
Yep, Jay was able to answer one. Kevin had asked if you have visuals for the tech center in Mesa, but Jay responded to that. So that was it. Thank you so much, Bill. That was extremely insightful. Now we will just go to Marc for some closing remarks. So give me 1 second and I will get him on the screen. Okay. Nope. And here we go.
Well, hello again, everybody. That's a wrap on the summit. I think we finished a few minutes early, so that's good. Hope you all appreciated the content. I just have a few closing remarks. First, I want to thank Bill and Jay for that excellent presentation about all the exciting projects and developments that are occurring all over the city of Mesa. It's very much appreciated, and I know our partners will very much benefit from the information that they provided. And of course, we very much appreciate our mutual partnership. Second, and in case you weren't already counting, we certainly were, there's only 44 days before we say goodbye to this indescribable 2020 and usher in a new year with renewed hope and a brighter future for all. Fingers crossed. However, we do recognize that this next year is one where travel sentiment, while improving, is somewhat depressed. And we recognize that for some, COVID has created a climate of fear, anxiety, and uncertainty about travel. This crisis has changed all of our lives for sure. We've all been required to re-examine our personal and professional lives. But the positive result is that we've come together like rarely seen before in human history. Apart from the sometimes nastiness of the election, it's really been both beautiful and inspiring to bear witness to human kindness, to social justice, and unity in our community. And as it relates to the Mesa visitor industry, we've never been more unified in the effort to celebrate and share a safe, clean, and inclusive Mesa with the rest of the world. Even more, we're still in the amazing and enviable position of inspiring visitors, our customers. We can still kindle their passions for unique travel experiences. And that's exactly what we'll continue to do. Our staff and I look forward to connecting with you often throughout the year. We're eager to support your business and actively praise your successes as we all embrace the next normal. Until next time, I wish you a great rest of your day and a joyous holiday season. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And that will conclude our Visitor Industry Summit. If you have any questions, please reach out to Kate at visitmesa.com. And thank you to all our presenters today.